Okay, colleagues, I'm calling the 12th meeting of City Council to order. I'm going to start off by reading our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are gathered today on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewak, and Attawandaron. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. We acknowledge all of the treaties that are specific to this area: the two-row Wampum Belt Treaty of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Silver Covenant and Chain, the Beaver Hunting Grounds of the Haudenosaunee-Nanfan Treaty of 1701, the McKee Treaty of 1790, the London Township Treaty of 1796, the Huron Tract Treaty of 1827 with the Anishinaabe, and the Dish with One Spoon Covenant Wampum of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee. The three Indigenous nations that are neighbors to London are the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, Oneida Nation of the Thames, and the Munsee Delaware Nation, who all continue to live as sovereign nations with individual and unique languages, cultures, and customs. Let me also add that the City of London is committed to making every effort to providing alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact Council Agenda or councilalagenda@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. And with that, it brings us to our wonderful O Canada singer. Today, we have Wade Mackey. Wade Mackey is a London-based musician fronting the band Pot Is Drugs. Wade is a graduate of Fanshawe's Music Industry Arts program and is a proud member of London's Pride community. Wade will be performing this Thursday as part of the London City Music Concert Series in Market Lane. Please join me in welcoming Wade Mackey at this time for O Canada. Oh, well,
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriots' love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
my fault for prompting the claps at the wrong time there. I'll move to disclosures of pecuniary interest. Are there any disclosures for colleagues today? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to recognitions. I'm going to start with Councillor Pelosa, and then I'll move to the podium and do a couple.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an honor tonight to rise and recognize our own Xanth Jarvis. Xanth serves as the Director of Sports Tourism with Tourism London. He's helped to bring a lot of the programming to Labatt Park, the Briar to London, the Vanier Cup for 2022, And just announced today the 2024 OFSA Track and Field Competition. Xanth has been now named to a 2-year board appointment with Sports Tourism Canada. He makes London proud and elevates us on the national stage, and definitely worthy of the recognition tonight for all his work he does for London. Thank you.
Let's move this over. I don't want to knock over the mace. So I have 2 recognitions to do. The first, just because of a little bit of an odd council schedule, this is a recognition from last month, but I'd like to celebrate and offer belated recognition and congratulations to the London Lightning for capturing their 6th National Basketball League championship last month. To the players, the staff, and team owner Vito Ferrugia, congratulations on a fitting end to an incredible season. You have proven yourselves not only to be champions on the court, but champions in our community. From your commitment to local charities, at-risk youth, and providing affordable sports entertainment for families, you make it incredibly easy to cheer for you, win or lose. The London Lightning has demonstrated beyond a shadow of a doubt that London is not only a hockey and football town as we are now, or baseball I would add, because we have also this wonderful basketball franchise. So once again, let me offer my congratulations to all those involved in the latest championship. We look forward to another exciting season next year at Budweiser Gardens. And so for the final recognition, for colleagues who are wondering why there's a bunch of firefighting personnel in the audience today, there's no carbon monoxide alarm that's gone off or anything like that. But for those who don't know, this year, we celebrate the 150th year of professional firefighting services in the City of London. And I stole this from Acting Chief Hayes because he gave it in a wonderful speech, but it spoke to me. When you think about 150 years, that means professional firefighting coverage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365, sometimes 366 days a year, for 150 years consecutive. That is a phenomenal accomplishment for professional firefighting in this city. Londoners have had that support and that protection continuously for the last century and a half. There are many of those who support firefighting in our community. There are the firefighters who ride the trucks. There are also the trainers, the communicators, all of the staff who work for the fire department over the many years. We thank all of them for their incredible service. When you think about those in our community who are in need of help, there are those who respond to it. And this service and the individuals who have served it over the last century and a half have answered that call time and time and time again. And I also think as we recognize and celebrate the 150 years of firefighting in this community, we also have to continue to pay tribute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the provision of this service over that period of time. We thank them, we honor them, we honor their families, and we remember them each and every time we gather at the memorial outside of the headquarters. So with that, I wanted to invite members of our fire service up to the podium today, and Acting Chief Hayes is going to share a few words as well. So come on up.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan, members of council, senior leadership, and guests. Thank you all for being here today and for hearing us out for a few words. First off, would just like to say to this council, thank you for your, and I apologize for my back being at you, but marching orders to speak into the microphone, apparently. But I'd like to thank you for your ongoing support to public safety, and not just you, but previous councils before you as well. I'd like to introduce to you our management team. So we have Deputy Chief Al Hunt. He's the Deputy Chief for Training and Communications. We've got Matt Heptich. He's the Deputy Chief for Fire Prevention Public Education. Assistant Deputy Chief Gary Bridge. He's our wellness and health and wellness specialist. We also have Platoon Chief Brent Shea. He's our newest platoon chief. and very grateful for him being on board. He's actually on shift today. That's why he's dressed a little differently. Plus, we have our A Platoon Chief, Gary Mossberger. So thank you all for being with us. And of course, our hub of all things is our Executive Assistant, Keisha Powell. So thank you for supporting. What we have today is a presentation to Council. And this, if you want to hand those out, folks, that'd be great. These are challenge coins. And I want to give you a brief history on what a challenge coin is. After many years, the soldiers would take something tangible with them into war, whether that be a coin or something that they could touch and just hold on to remember better things. So they remember what was in the past, and as they went through the hell of war, they can hold on to something that was a better place. Over time, that's morphed into these challenge coins. And the challenge coin that has been handed out to you today is very personal, and it represents the London Fire. On that challenge coin, you will see a steam fire engine. And that steam fire engine is this exact replication of this one here that you see on the picture in front of us. That was the actual engine that was in service in 1873 here in the City of London. Also, you see on there our values. So prevent harm, be safe, be caring. Those are our core values that we attempt to esteem to. On the other side of that coin, you can see the commemoration for 150 years, and then our fire department emblem as well. The challenge is the fun part. So the challenge comes where if I meet you in a coffee shop and I tap my coin, if you don't have your coin, you get to pay for my coffee. I had one of the firefighters ask, as we were giving these out to all of our family, one of the firefighters asked, does that work at the gas bar? So I'm yet to try that one, but stand by, you might be the lucky recipient. We want to give you this coin, and this card kind of gives a brief history of what I've just gone over as well. So the information there is for you to take back, but we wanted to issue these coins to you because you are part of our family. You are an integral part of that, both the senior leadership and our council. So thank you for that. And we wanted to share this momentous time with you at 150 years. So thank you for your commitment.
Well, Acting Chief, I don't usually do this because usually we end the recognition, but let me share just two quick stories with you about the fire service and how it has such a wide-ranging impact. I could tell you, I started serving on City Council in 2014, and I've had a few kids from that since then. And one of the exciting things is always, the fire trucks. So the first time I got to go home, and one of my kids asked me, what'd you do at work today? And I said, I bought a fire truck. I was like, that was a pretty cool moment. Now, budget, I know the treasurer's here, and I gotta be careful about budget, but that was a pretty phenomenal experience. And then there was another time, and this one was a little bit awkward for me, where the fire station, it was Halloween, and not too many people came up to Station 14 to collect it. The weather wasn't great. And so they decided to just take a truck out into the community and hand out the candy that they had available. And they just picked a random street. Now, in an odd series of coincidences, they parked across the street from my house as a city councilor. And I went out there, and they're like, Councilor, what are you doing here? And I said, well, I live here. And my neighbors are saying, like, Josh, you got a fire truck to come to our street. This is great. And I was like, whoa, no, I did not do that. Like, I did not ask the fire service to come and hand out candy on my street. But what that was a moment to see where, this is a service that goes out into the community, a service that creates connections, a service that inspires others to want to serve their community in many different ways. And so for all of the humor in that story, it reminds me each and every day when we see a fire truck on our street, it's that connection with community, that protecting and serving that is really, the core values of the service. So thank you for all that you do, and please pass along, on behalf of council, our congratulations on 150 years to all of the members of the fire service. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, number 3, review of confidential matters to be considered in public. There are none. Council in closed session, we have a number of items from our regular agenda. I believe there are 8 of them for closed session. All of the reasons for going into closed session are on the agenda before you. I would look for a motion from colleagues to move into closed session. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
And those who've served on council for a few terms, a blast from the past, we're not staying here. We're actually going to a committee room. We've made the arrangements to go back to the old process so that we don't have to kick people out of our gallery or make everybody leave, but colleagues will be joining us for closed session in committee room 5. So we can move there now. Bring your notes. Okay, we are back from the confidential session. We're on to item 5, confirmation and signing of the previous minutes. We have the 11th meeting held on June 6th, 2023. I'll look for a mover of those minutes. Moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Van Meerberg. And any discussion on the minutes? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, next we have communications and petitions. Normally, we would just refer all of these to the various areas in the agenda. I've been asked to deal with one of them separately. So we will have a motion up that will refer all of the communications to all of the relevant sections in the agenda, with the exception of 6.1, item 4, which I've been asked to deal with separately. So the motion will be for everything to move to the relevant areas except for that piece. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Van Meerbergen, seconded by Councillor Frank. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Ferreira. Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, and next I would look for a motion to refer item 6.1, item 4 to the various section of the agenda if someone's willing to make that. Okay, if no one's willing to move that. I need an alternate motion to deal with that matter. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am going to move that we take no action on the communication received listed as item 6.1.4 on the agenda. Redacted though it has been, I'm looking for us to take no action on that.
Okay, so I'll look for a seconder. I see a seconder. Okay, so moved and seconded. Now we could have a discussion on this if colleagues need to have a discussion. Okay, discussion on this. Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Sorry, Your Worship, I had a hard time hearing you there. Which item are we referring? Well, I've got the item, but what letter?
Yes, it's 6.1, item 4, page 75. It's a letter where half of it is redacted from A.M. Vlastro related to the Blackfriars Bridge item. Okay, any discussion? So the motion is to take no action. It's been moved and seconded. Okay, I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Okay, switch notices given, there are none. On to reports. We're going to start with the 10th report of the Civic Works Committee. That's item 8.1. I will turn it over to the chair to present.
Good afternoon, everyone, and through you, I am presenting the 10th meeting of Civic Works Committee. We had a very in-depth discussion at that meeting. We had a number of items for consent that are in front of you, and then we had scheduled items including the Blackfriars Bridge, as well as the core area parking initiative, up for discussion, and it generated a lot of participation, as you'll see in the correspondence and from what you probably observed in the PPM as well. So I would like to move the items that are from the consent agenda first. So I'll look to move on the original numbering, 2.1 through to 2.6, as I've not received any information to pull any of those items.
Could we do that with disclosures,
Sure.
deferred matters, and the community advisory committee vacancies piece, or does that need to be separate too?
Nope, I'm happy to put all those things
So it's
together.
just
I was going
eight,
to
eight and
do
nine
the
would
other
be
ones
separate?
together. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
yeah.
fine.
Just clerks want to try to
Sure.
move a bunch at once, okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'm happy to streamline.
Okay, so anybody want any one of those dealt with separately? So right now, all we have separate from that report is 8 and 9. So the things that are separate are the Blackfriars Bridge item and the core area parking item. Everything else, the chair is going to move a motion for. Okay, Cherry.
Thank you. Yes, I'm happy to move that motion.
Okay, that's moved. Any discussion on any of these items? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Chair?
Thank you. I'll move to item number 8 in our agenda package, at item 3.1 on the committee agenda, which was the Blackfriars Bridge long-term use. You'll see in front of you the recommendation from the committee. The committee had made the recommendation for option 1 to continue with the current bridge configuration as outlined in the staff report dated June 13th. 2023, and B, the above noted recommendation from the long-term use study be submitted to the Director of Environmental Approvals Branch, Ontario Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks as required by the previous EA review, and it being pointed out that the following individuals made a verbal presentation at the PPM held in conjunction with this matter, and the list is provided. I am looking to move that recommendation, and there was discussion, and there were, of course, you'll note from the committee discussion that 4 members of the committee were in support and 1 was not, so I will keep that option for the discussion here. Thanks.
So the chair will put the committee recommendation on the floor. I know lots of colleagues want to speak. If you're looking to do something different, this committee recommendation would need to be defeated. So you can speak for or against the committee recommendation at this time. I have Councillor Trostow and then Councillor McAllister.
Thank you very much. I am speaking in opposition to the recommendation of the Civic Works Committee. And I'm asking councillors to join me in voting down the proposal to allow year-round vehicle access on the Blackfriars Bridge. I'd like to explain my reasoning for why I dissented at the committee, and I'd like to talk a little bit about my vision for the Blackfriars Bridge, which informs why I took the dissenting vote. The vote today on the future of the Blackfriars Bridge is about much more than just traffic and cars. It's about people. It's about a neighborhood. It's about heritage and history. And it's about a creative vision for the bridge. We have the opportunity to create a car-free public space on this bridge. Imagine a pedestrian and cycle bridge with planters for trees, with benches and public art alongside the walking, running, and biking spaces. Envision a safe place to just sit, visit with friends, have a coffee, walk the dog, or set up a tripod or artist's easel. Think about an attractive location for photo or film shoots. And think about a space to appreciate and recognize the historical and heritage value of the bridge, the river, and its beautiful setting. The alternative is the committee recommendation. A road for year-round motor vehicle access under option 1. A road on which speeding is a demonstrated problem. A road which crosses the Thames Valley Parkway, creating continued safety hazards. And a road which will be used by motorists, hoping to shave a few minutes from their downtown destination. This is a choice. This is a conscious choice. This city council has to make this conscious choice. And the council should not prioritize vehicles over clean air, public safety, and creative uses of this unique heritage resource. Today's decision comes at a crucial time. We know that the city must find solutions to reducing carbon emission, and that means reducing personal vehicle use. We have to make some hard choices that will reduce personal car trips, and which align with London's Climate Emergency Action Plan. The committee recommendation fails to do this. Procedurally, we have option 1 on the table, and I'm asking you to defeat this. This will be the first step in working towards an alternative vision for the space. We already have ample roadways for vehicles to use. Surely, we could do without the small change added by this bridge, and the staff report has made it clear that it would not make much of a difference in terms of overall roadway capacity. In closing, a car-free space in this area will create a desirable and safe destination for London residents and tourists alike. And that is central to my vision for the future of this bridge. So I'm asking my council colleagues to let this discussion go to the next stage, and please join me in voting no on this committee recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I was the one who put forward this motion originally, and I have had some time to think since committee. And I realize that this has sparked a lot of passionate discussion in the community and within London. And I personally took it upon myself to go down to Blackfriars Bridge, spent some time there watching the traffic flow, and just seeing for myself the concerns that have been raised by residents and other Londoners. And then after going to Blackfriars, I decided to go down to my own ward, and I went to Meadow Lily Bridge. And Meadow Lily is an area which I think is the natural gem of the East. And I saw firsthand what a bridge with no road traffic on it can be. And thinking now of the committee recommendation, I believe that I was wrong. And I'm happy to admit that, because that's part of this process. We listen to people, make determinations, and from my perspective, I think that this would, as Councillor Trusso said, I think it puts us in the right direction in terms of the vision we want for London, in terms of the goals we put into our strat plan. And so I will be voting against my own motion, and I encourage colleagues to do so. And I think that our second option is actually more appropriate. I do still think it was a 50-50 split, and I'm sure, if I could have been a fly on the wall when staff discussed this, I'm sure they went through similar deliberations, and I think that option 2 is actually the compromise option, and I would encourage us to support that. So I would ask to defeat this, and I'd be happy to put an alternative motion on the floor. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm going to rise and disagree with Councillor McAllister. I think you got it right at committee. And I'm going to try and speak to this, why I will be supporting the recommendation now. And first, through you, Chair, I would like to ask our staff, because it was commented that speeding is a demonstrated problem on this bridge. Has that been confirmed by a traffic study?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. The traffic study that was completed did not demonstrate on the bridge itself that there are speeding issues. We have had concerns raised in the adjacent neighborhood in Blackfriars on one side of the bridge.
And through you, Chair, have residents of that area been directed to the appropriate traffic calming measures, policy and petition that would allow them to seek relief through that process.
Go ahead.
Your worship, I'm afraid I don't have that answer now, but certainly that is an easy thing to remedy should we have concerns raised again.
Thank you. I appreciate those answers from staff. I will share that a street in my own ward, Burnside Drive, just went through a traffic calming petition and was successful because it's a walk to school route. And so there are ways for neighborhoods to mitigate speeding issues if those speeding issues have been verified through a traffic study. I also wanted to share some thoughts because on the weekend we had the first in I don't know how long, probably in living memory for me in the East End, the first bicycle rodeo at the East Lyons Community Center. And we had this so that we could educate particularly young people, but residents in the area about how to properly use the new Wavell bike lane infrastructure that's now there for them. And when I was there, I had an opportunity to speak to Ms. Lowen Nair, who's one of the people who's communicated to us on the agenda, as well as Ms. Mixa. And, you know, we had some good conversations. And we talked about Blackfriars Bridge. And they talked about, would I be open to changing my vote? And I said, you know, at this point, my comment is going to be the same as it was at committee. My position is not never, but my position is not now. Because we are in a period where there's a lot of transportation challenges in getting around the downtown core, because we have spent $8 million of taxpayers' money to rehabilitate and restore a bridge for multimodal traffic. And I grew up in a town in Wellsburg where there was a pedestrian bridge across the Sydenham River. I also quite enjoy Meadowlily Woods, as Councillor McAllister referenced in his comments. But neither of those bridges were designed, engineered, and paid for with the intent of carrying vehicle traffic and then made pedestrian. When they were installed, or in the case of Meadowlily, when it was rehabilitated, actually the bridge in Wellsburg was rehabilitated too. In both cases, when they were rehabilitated, they were not rehabilitated with the intent of carrying vehicle traffic. So the investment was less because they did not have to sustain vehicle loads. I think we owe it to particularly our downtown London businesses who are still trying to bring business back into the core. We're gonna have lots of activations along Dundas Place this summer. We see, you know, popular patios starting to fill up as the weather gets nicer. Hopefully it'll stop raining, so we have some more opportunities to do that soon. But that's the reason why I think right now our best option is that we proceed with the current bridge configuration. After the downtown loop construction is complete on the rapid transit line, and the rapid transit service is up and running, and people have alternate ways to get to downtown, I am absolutely open to revisiting the future of Blackfriars Bridge at that point in time. But we are not there yet. Even when the construction wraps up, hopefully sooner than later, but when the construction runs up, we still have to get the service up and running. We still have to get those buses using those dedicated lanes and bringing people to and from the downtown that way. And we haven't actually finished the discussions around how that service is actually going to be provided and integrated with our conventional transit service. So I think to start closing an access point to the downtown right now through Blackfriars and utilizing that bridge to access, and I will say, I used it last week to access City Hall because I was at a meeting in the West End. And when I came back, I accessed it to come right onto Dufferin Ave and down to City Hall. I've also used it to actually return east after a London Majors game because the downtown is not accessible right now. For me to come to head home from a Majors game, Dundas is closed, so I have to take an alternate route. So that is the route that I've taken. I also had an opportunity to bike over it when I was at the Bicycle Cafe grand opening. I think there's room on this bridge to accommodate all modes of transportation right now in one direction, and that's why I'm supporting the recommendation that committee put on the floor.
Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the privilege of seconding this motion at committee, and I'm pleased to say that I stand by the decision that the committee made, and frankly, I'm proud of it. The fact of the matter is that public participation meeting that we had at committee made it very clear that there was a whole other element to having vehicles going through that bridge at any time of year, any time of day, any time of night. And that element was public safety. That came out loud and clear in the public participation meeting. The neighbors closest to the bridge were informing us that there was all sorts of drunkenness, lewd behavior, wild behavior, all times of night, even early morning, a whole manner of skullduggery. But in the final analysis, we have to say to ourselves, we spent $8 million on this bridge. And we did not spend $8 million of taxpayer money to have a standalone footbridge for pedestrians or even cyclists. Cars are part of this bridge. They always have been, and they always will be. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. And last two speakers, they actually took a lot of my points, but I want to reiterate again, same thing. Investment of $8.6 million and not just for walking bridge. The neighbors in the Blackfriars area telling us, and the councillors who weren't present, actually in support of having the car traffic there, what was just stated. So it's not really that all of them are against it. No, not at all. And one thing is that I don't hear too often as much the business area. And I'll tell you right now, the businesses, they do want it open. I talked to over 20 of them, and there wasn't even one that would say no. And we do have this proposal from 2024. I'll tell you right now, we are talking about closing other bridges, having other infrastructure improvements, and we are going to be limiting access to downtown. And I think there's a way, and actually what Deputy Mayor Louis said, I'm not ready to do it now, maybe in future, but we are not ready for it. It doesn't make sense for our business. We want downtown to strive. We need to keep it open, and we'll deal with it sooner. So I hope all of you will be supporting the original motion. Thank you.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to just start off thanking Councillor McAllister. I know it's not very easy to vote against your own motion, and for me, it reminds me how we always have to be open to being convinced that we may have it wrong. So I thank you for your courage. I know with this recommendation that's in front of us, it says long-term use, and the Deputy Mayor talked about not now. Maybe not now. I know there's lots of construction, but when? This is the third time I am voting on the Blackfriars Bridge in the past number of years. And when it originally opened, it was closed for a long period of time. And for me, the original, and there was a lot of debate about that bridge. And there was a plan, we finally came up with a plan. I have not supported cars on this bridge. I was pleasantly surprised with this recommendation. For me, it was a compromise. Have the cars off during the summer and on during the winter. That's something I can compromise with. And the reason I'm willing to make that compromise is that I do think we need to think about what's best for the community here. And there are two different points of view in the community, but I don't think, and I know this bridge was not designed just for car use, pedestrian use. Having it in the neighborhood, Councillor Trousseau really made some really good points around the heritage aspect, but I would really like to remind all of us that when we make decisions here, it should be for the greater good of that community and how it relates to our strategic plan. And to me, if this does fail, I will be bringing the option 2 forward. As much as I have not supported cars in the previous years on the bridge, I think it is that compromise. And I would like to also just sort of remind all of us about how staff's recommendation, has many check boxes when it relates to our strategic plan. And we spend a lot of time here with our strategic plan. We're not always going to have construction downtown. I do know one thing, though, that once this is approved, it's not going to come back to us soon. And that is my concern. It is the long-term use that the recommendation is looking for. So with that, I'm willing to compromise. I will not be supporting the committee's recommendation.
I have Councillor Frank and Councillor Pelosi on the list. I'll go to Councillor Frank first.
Thank you, and I just wanted to echo many of Councillor Trosso and McAllister's sentiments, and I appreciate Councillor McAllister as well being willing to change his mind. I think that shows a lot of courage. From the communications I've heard from my community, for the broader community, and from residents in my immediate area, I'd be supporting option 3, but I am very happy to compromise for option 2, so I won't be supporting the committee's recommendation. I do think it's okay for us to choose not to use certain assets, even if there are sunken costs associated with them, if they don't align with our strategic goals. And I know we can't go back in time to change decisions that were made by previous councils, but we do have an opportunity moving forward to make different decisions and more appropriately use the assets that we have. As we know, cars are the #1 source of emissions in London, and making more space for safe and active transportation options help us reduce our emissions. And the point of making active transportation's options safe is to encourage people to bike, walk, and roll. And we have heard from various community members that they don't feel very safe, even if we don't have statistics that demonstrate there's been an accident at that intersection. We weekly are reading news articles from almost every intersection in our city of people being hit by motor vehicles and killed or seriously injured. When this came to committee, there was an article about a pedestrian being hit and killed at Huron and Highbury. An elderly woman in the last couple of weeks was hit when she was going on a pedestrian area for across the street at Southdale, and Warncliffe was hit by a truck in her electric wheelchair. So we know that this happens constantly. And wherever possible, I want to make our streets safer for people who are walking, rolling, and biking. As a young female walking around at night, I'm more afraid from being hit by a car or a truck than I am being accosted by skullduggery at night. And my safety feels more threatened by drivers in the community than it does by strangers walking past me. I've almost been hit many times in the city, and so knowing where there is that intersection going over Blackfriars Bridge, whereas the cycling path and the walking path connect with the driving path, I think it's really important to make this space safe, and I'd rather do preventative methods than reactive. So given that the majority of people who've contacted me want to keep the bridge open to active transportation only, I will not be supporting the committee recommendation and would be happy to vote for option 2 or 3. Thank you.
Councillor Pelosi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to Councillor Frank for those comments. As a jogger in the community, lots of near misses or finding yourself at someone's car window while using modes of active transportation. My stance on this has not changed since the last term of council. I also would prefer option 3, could settle and compromise for option 2. This is one of the only points on the Thames Valley Parkway that pedestrians walking, rolling, or cycling come into a car contact point with vehicular traffic. If we're concerned about sunk costs that we've already invested and cost recovery, the bridge will last a lot longer than most we can do to limit vehicular traffic on it due to wear and tear, the weight of the vehicles, and our methods of snow removal for the vehicles. If we're concerned about the bus rapid transit construction, what a wonderful opportunity to alleviate traffic by providing a continuous, safe route for those using active modes of transportation to access our downtown. If we're talking about potential traffic calming measures and what residents can do later, council could make that a priority and do that right now without the need for more traffic calming petitions and staff time. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Lehman next.
Thank you. As was mentioned earlier, this was an $8 million bridge designed to handle multimodal traffic, including two-way car traffic. When COVID hit, cars were banned from the bridge to provide safer, wider space for transportation. And at that time, when we came out of those restrictions, this was before the previous council, and a compromise, I hear a lot about compromise, a compromise was then worked out and we will have only one direction of traffic. I don't believe this is a safety issue here. I've driven across this bridge, I've walked across this bridge. I think it provides actually an excellent example of safe multimodal usage of a passageway. For closing down the summertime, well, that's the worst time of year to close this bridge because that's the time when heavy construction is preventing access to downtown. And I hear from businesses and those who have jobs downtown, it's very difficult to get to work in the morning. I also hear from my residents in the West End that this provides another access point for them to access their jobs and businesses downtown and events such as what we had in Victoria Park the previous weekend. Finally, what I will say is at the same time that we went through this discussion last time, I heard from many people in the local area, some that would like to see it as a traffic limited to cyclists and pedestrians, a lot that would like to see access for them to drive, and as previously mentioned as well, to have higher traffic for safety, as this is a very remote area in the evening. So I will be supporting staff or the committee recommendation.
Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I want to thank the Deputy Mayor and my colleagues for supporting the committee recommendation. I too will be supporting it for the reasons that have already been cited. I'd like to also mention that during the committee meeting, which was very spirited, and if you didn't have a chance to watch it, I highly recommend you watch it on YouTube. And my thanks to our chair for doing a great job of chairing a little bit of a hostile meeting at times. When I asked a couple of questions to staff, and I'm doing this from recollection, one of the questions I asked was if we close the bridge to traffic, vehicular traffic, would we see an increase in the 147 bicycles that cross the bridge daily? And the answer was probably not. And I also asked the question, would we see an increase in traffic, which is now at 1,000 cars daily? And the answer was probably not. And my colleague, Councillor Van Meerbergen, asked a very good question. I think it was you, Councillor Van Meerbergen. I think you asked the question, where is the vehicular traffic going to go if it doesn't cross the bridge, those 1,000 cars? Are they just going to disappear? And I believe the answer was they're going to exit off of Riverside or they're going to exit off of Oxford. Now, both streets, both routes are gridlocked much of the day, especially Oxford. And that's not a solution. And those cars will not disappear. They will be there somewhere. And as the Deputy Mayor had suggested, very clearly, we need more access to downtown, not less. And by closing the bridge to vehicular traffic, we will definitely be limiting the amount of traffic or the routes to downtown. In conclusion, I would go back and suggest that this is a very safe bridge. It has been completely rebuilt. I will give you a personal note. I lived above the bridge on Talbot Street for 30 years. And I'd never witnessed, I moved across the bridge daily with my kids and my late wife, and I never, ever saw an accident, and I seldom saw anyone speeding. So in conclusion, thank you, colleagues, for supporting this motion, and I look forward to seeing a successful result. Thank you.
I have myself next on the list, so I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Lehman.
Please go ahead, Mayor.
I appreciate the debate that colleagues had on this, both at the committee and today. I'll just let you know, I'll be supporting defeating the committee recommendation and supporting option 2. I'll tell you why. I think in the past we've had very strong opinions on either side of some of these transportation issues. I think back to Dundas Place and whether or not to close it completely, allow cars, or go with what we ended up going with, which for lack of a great term, filtered permeability, I think was the technical transportation term. But the idea that we would try something different that would allow for some access, but also try to restrict it and provide a different feel to the street. I think that experiment went quite well, and we've continued it for a few years now since then. So, you know, I'm willing to try the staff recommendation as it was at committee, open sometimes of the year, closed others. Wouldn't start until 2024, as per the draft bylaw that they prepared. And so that's going to be my position. I just wanted to share it with colleagues.
And I'll turn the chair back to the mayor.
Any other speakers? Okay, with that, the motion is for the committee recommendation, which is to keep it open all year long. So we will open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 8-7.
Chair.
Thank you. I'll look to put item 4.1, the core area parking initiative, item 9 on your agenda, forward. There was good discussion at the committee about the parking initiative. It dovetailed well also with some of the discussion that was happening at planning at this during that same week. So I'll look to put that on the floor.
Okay, so that's on the floor, put on the floor by the chair. Any discussion? Yes, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just really want to take a moment to thank our staff for moving forward with the RFP process for procurement, potentially for 185 Queens Ave. For those not familiar with this particular parcel of property, there was a process that was started in the prior term of council, and then this thing called COVID came along and brought it to a screeching halt. And while we continue to need to have some discussions about how and where parking is occurring in our core area, and in fact, I know we will have that discussion later on in the Planning Committee report again as well. This particular item is really important because we're talking about a mixed use. We're not talking about a surface parking lot. We're talking about what is currently a surface parking lot potentially becoming something so much more, including a parking structure that can have accommodation for individuals who may live in residential units above, that can have accommodation for public parking, and perhaps even address some of the needs we have around reserved parking so that downtown commercial spaces can fill up with employees who are using a personal vehicle to get to and from work. I suspect we will also see proponents who submit applications also hopefully offer bicycle parking, and hopefully that they will be looking for EV charging station parking spaces in that development as well, because I've said this many, many times, the car is not going away, but it hopefully is going electric sooner than later. And so if we're future-proofing by getting some EV charging stations in a parking structure like that, all the better. But I know that both Mr. Mathers and Ms. Barbone and their teams have put a lot of work into getting this process back off the shelf and up and running. So very supportive of that. And I just wanted to thank them for all the work that's gone into that. And I know that, I mean, I look forward to seeing what comes back as a recommendation. I hope that there's lots of interest in this. We've heard from the private sector repeatedly that they need a parking structure in the downtown. Well, my response to them now is it's time to put your money where your mouth is and put forward a proposal that we can see a development come forward on this site. So I just wanted to share those thoughts with people.
Other speakers? Okay, the chair has moved the motion. I'll open it for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is item 8.2, which is the 17th meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee. This is the meeting where we had interviews for the London Police Services Board. I'll turn it over to the Deputy Mayor to present this report.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is a very brief report on my part. This is that the consideration be forwarded to a Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee for confidential interviews, and then forwarded to this council for a decision point. So here we are. And perhaps at this point, I will turn it over to you to explain the process to colleagues from where we take it from here.
Yes, so for colleagues, we went through a process. We directed to have interviews. We conducted those interviews in camera. For the public, I will just inform you, there was no discussion in camera. The purpose of the in-camera piece was simply to have the question and answer directly with the candidates, but there was no cross-discussion with councillors that occurred after the candidates had left the room. So this is the point at which we've gathered that additional piece of information that colleagues decided to gather, and we can make we can proceed with a process to make an appointment. What we would do essentially by our committee policy was return to the preferential voting system, unless colleagues are going to direct to go a different way. That's the process that we've agreed to, that is in our committee policies. That means there are 5 candidates. There's 1 position. People could vote for 1. But I see colleagues with their hands up. Chair, if you don't mind, I'm going to just see what Councillor Van Meerbergen would like.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring to your attention and to the clerk. In fact, I've already spoken with the clerk, but I was actually in attendance at this meeting. And I'm down as not being in attendance. So I was in a Zoom call. I was there for most of the in-camera portion, which of course was most of it. So I just wanted that noted. Thank you.
Yes, the clerk can make that correction. And this is also a good time for me to remind that this was also the meeting where we made available to any colleagues who may have had to step out. It was I think 6 hours of interviews for a brief period of time, that they would have access to review those interview tapes. And I think a number of colleagues took the clerks up on that. So everybody's had full access to all of the discussions, and we'll make that correction for you, Councillor Van Meerbergen. So with that, there is allowed to be debate on these matters as well. So I know we'll have a ballot before us, but assuming colleagues are okay to proceed with that ballot, I would entertain any discussion that you'd like to have on any of the candidates before we proceed. Just to be clear, because we've done this a few times, the selection process is to help us determine our common preferences. After we've done that, we still have to make a ratification vote. So the selection process that we do in the system is not an election. Doesn't mean someone has won and we're bound by that. What we have to do is we use that to determine our common preferences, and then we use that to make a recommendation that that colleagues can then vote on formally for the appointment. So I will look for speakers on the, one sec. Okay, I have Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. As discussed previously about the opportunity to have more discussion about this, we did discuss the possibility of suspending our rules to allow for the opportunity for councillors to speak more than once. So I'd like to move that if that's possible.
Yes, so we're just going to craft up the language for that. That is, yes, something we discussed, and certainly something we can do according to our procedure bylaw. Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. Just for clarification, do you require a 2/3 vote?
Yes. Okay, so we'll craft up the language to allow councillors to speak more than once. Since this is a suspension of the procedure bylaw, it requires 2/3 of council to support it to proceed. So I look for a seconder for that. Councillor Frank. Okay, so this sort of motion is debatable. One sec. Yeah, so we're going to have this allow debate on the motion to suspend the rules. So any debate or discussion on the moved and seconded motion? Okay, seeing none. So this will be a debate. This will be a motion to suspend the rules to allow individuals to speak multiple times, just like we do at committee, and I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote. Motion carries 12-3.
Okay, to the Deputy Mayor, the clerk would prefer, given we're going to go through this process, if we could approve the item 1, disclosure of pecuniary interest from the report, and just get that taken care of so we don't have to clean that up later. So if you're willing to move that.
I am happy to move that now. I'm also going to take this opportunity, Your Worship, because I've already had a colleague ask when you were explaining the runoff ballot system. We are making a recommendation for an appointment to only one position. So I think it's just important to be clear with people. You are not ranking the 5 candidates in your order of choice. You are selecting your top candidate. And the candidate with the lowest number of votes will drop off, and we will proceed round by round until we have a candidate who achieves 50% plus 1.
That's
now-
correct. So you're willing to move disclosures, just the disclosure?
Just the
This is no other
disclosures.
decision. That's moved by, there is no need for a seconder. Any discussion on disclosure? Okay, we're going to open just taking care of the disclosures of interest.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, so now we just have the item. I'm going to allow for, the rules are suspended. I'll allow for discussion on the candidates before we proceed with the vote in the system. As the Deputy Mayor mentioned, there are only 5 candidates left in the process. We interviewed all of them. You get 1 vote. If no one achieves a 50% majority, there would be individuals who drop off. We would all get 1 vote again for whoever's left. Okay? All right. Councillor Frank?
Thank you. And I want to start off by thanking colleagues for giving us this opportunity to go through this process. I was excited to have the opportunity to interview the various candidates and was open to having my perspective changed on this decision. So appreciate everyone's flexibility, and also I applaud all the candidates who applied and also who interviewed. I think we can all say it was somewhat of a probably a heavy interview, just given the amount of counselors sitting around a horseshoe and 1 person interviewing. So it's probably a little bit nerve-wracking for everyone, but I appreciate all the effort candidates put in as well. Through this process, you know, we had, I think, 52 or 54 candidates to start with, reading through all their applications. Lots of amazing people with great different experiences and talents, I think would add a lot to the board. And as we went through the interview process, given people's answers and their ability to speak on the different issues that are timely with the police board and police matters. It did change my perspective, so I will be supporting Stephen D'Amelio for my vote for the police board for the following reasons. I thought he interviewed very well. He has background working with the police and community and has had to go through a couple different experiences, I think, that would help shape his perspective on the board. As well, he shares a unique perspective given his life experience and his personal background. And he also, and most importantly to me, seems like he'd be a lot of fun to work with. And I think, not that the current police board isn't fun, but I think it never hurts to add a little bit more. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting Stephen for this role. Thank you.
Other speakers? Just make sure you check online. Councillor Rahman, go ahead. Sorry, I was just checking online because I didn't want to ignore our colleagues who were there.
Thank you, and through you. I want to take a moment first to thank my colleagues for allowing the opportunity for a fulsome conversation here in this meeting of council. I want to start by saying thank you again, reiterating what Councillor Frank said. A huge thank you to the applicants that applied before the interview process and those that took part in the process. I have to say, I think as a community, we're very lucky to have such a strong caliber of candidates that have put themselves forward for such a role. I reflect on, you know, how we got to where we are in this process of the interview process, the decision-making that we've went through already, the amount of attention that this process has had on it as well. And I'm thankful and grateful for those applicants that went through the interview process for sticking with this process, because I'm sure and I'm certain that there may have been some hesitation along the way. I was, you know, very pleased to have the opportunity to get to know the candidates in a different way through this interview process. And I too think that I walked away with a better understanding and more information than I did before I had just read the application. So that was very helpful as well. I too, was very impressed with Stephen DeMello from that process. Not only did I feel that he was very prepared for the discussion, but I got to learn more about his work in the community and the leadership that he's shown. And for that reason, I'll be supporting him. Thank you.
Other speakers? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. First, I think it's important to, one possibility that I would like you to provide all members of council with some clarification on. There are 15 of us. It is possible that there could be a three-way 5-5 tie. So I just wonder if you can provide information to all members of council about how that would be reconciled in the event that occurred.
Okay, so good news is the smart people on the governance working group from last term thought of this scenario, and if there is either it gets down to a final 2 candidates or a final 3 candidates and there's a tie, there's a lot drawn, so just a draw from a hat, or I don't know if we use a hat, but a lot is drawn, and that person is the successful person through the process. So the lot is drawn for the successful person through the process. So in the case of what you've asked, and that's if 3 people got 5 votes each, we would draw lots, or a lot, one name would come out, and it would be deemed that person successful in the process. Now we would have to, after that point, have a ratification vote of all of council. So that would be how the procedure contemplates handling a tie, whether it's 2 people or 3 people or 4 people.
Thank you. I just thought it was important that we clarify that process. Being part of last term's governance working group, I appreciate the compliment, but I'm not sure that I was actually satisfied with that way of resolving it, but it was the best option we had at the time. That said, I want to make a comment now about the process and about the candidate that I will be supporting. Colleagues had, I think, some idea when we first proposed the interview process that perhaps there was just going to be an unwillingness to change and that we would end up back with 2 candidates and an 8-7 vote. And I said at the time that I was making a personal commitment to go in with eyes open and being open to changing my vote based on the results of those interviews. And I am changing my vote. And I, too, will be moving my vote to Stephen DeMello. Not only did he interview quite well, and yes, Councillor Frank is not wrong. He is a little bit of fun, and I know that from my history of involvement with Pride London. And I want to speak specifically to that, and this relates back to the comments that I made at our last council meeting about this being Pride Month. We have a young Black man from the LGBTQ+ community who has put his name forward at a time when the LGBTQ+ community itself is under attack. It's just that simple. A resurgence of hate has reared its ugly head, and now more than ever, a voice around safety and security for that community, I think, would be of value to the police board. But I also know the work that he has done that ensured that our London Police Services continue to participate and be welcome at Pride. And I understand the work that he had to do to bridge 2 different parts of his identity at a time when there was contention between the Black community and the LGBTQ+ community on whether or not the police should be involved in Pride. There's those intersectionalities. that come up in people's lives. And he had to bridge those and did so in a productive way that addressed the most important concerns of both communities at that time. So that work in bridging a divide between community and police speaks volumes to the value that he would bring to the Police Services Board. And I also want to say that in reaching this decision and in committing to being open to arriving at a different conclusion, I stepped back from my council perspective. I stepped back from my individual interviews of candidates' perspective even. And I've talked about this before in this chamber. I put on my coaching hat. And what do I look for on a hockey team as a coach? Bench strength. I don't need, well, actually, if I could have 4 Austin Matthews at center ice on all 4 lines, I would take it. But when you already have a first line center and you got a couple solid defensemen and you've got a power forward, you look for a playmaker. And we have some great people on the Police Services Board already. But I think that we have some skill sets that are already filled, that some of the other candidates we interviewed were offering, which would have been a bit of an overlap, and nothing wrong with having that sort of depth. But I felt that Mr. DeMello offered something we didn't have in our bench strength. And that's why I'm moving my support to him, and the reason why I've come to that conclusion in all of those considerations. So I think everybody has said it already. It was a long process, over 6 hours. It was not an easy road to get to where we are, but I went into it with an open mind, and I've arrived at a different conclusion. And I hope that whatever the outcome of today's vote is, that folks in the community, whether they agree with the appointment that we make at the end of the day or not, recognize that we went an extra mile to address concerns that we heard. And whatever the outcome of this vote is today, it's based on an informed and lengthy process. And I hope that will be respected at the end of the day. Ultimately, while we are making political decisions, political decisions shouldn't also be personal. They should be based on what's best for the community, and that's why I'm supporting Stephen.
I have Councillor Trossau, then Councillor Pribble.
I want to ask another voting process question. I know the bottom would drop off, but say, just for example, if it's 65400, would the 00 drop off, or would the 4 also drop off?
Okay, so according to the rules, if it was 65400, both the 00 and the 4 would drop off. So everybody who got nothing plus the lowest vote getter, and then it would be the 6 and 5 that would remain. Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to also thank all the people that applied for this position, the 5 that came for the interview, because to interview in front of a panel like we had, I don't know, 13, 14 people, that is quite challenging. So thank you to all of them. During my career, I interviewed, I would say, I hired over 200 people, and I interviewed even more. And honestly, from line level for minimum wage to high executives making over $200,000 a year. And I honestly hired every time in my life based on the best qualifications. And I honestly hired everyone who was representing the 5 final candidates. I hired every single one that would be representing a certain group of people. I did prepare for this interview, and I did 13 different categories that I believed, and it's not just, it's through my research as well, for the police board as well as board member period to add to our board. I did come up with, in my eyes, the winner, which is Ryan Goss. And the reason why he was ready for every answer, and he actually supported it, every single one of them supported it with strategy, his past experience, or vision. He was the only one out of the questions who did that. I don't think, and you know what, I love fun as well, and I think some of you don't know me as well, but certainly I know I love fun as well. But what we heard yesterday from the outgoing chief, for the incoming chief, and from our mayor, I think we are far away from the fun on this board. We have crucial issues, left and right. We hear it at the door. We need a member who is ready and who is ready to attack it, to challenge the other ones, to challenge the chief, and to deliver the results. Based on, we had two things. First, the resume. Second was the interview. There's no doubt that Ryan is the winner in my eyes. And I'll tell you one thing is, whoever in the past I interviewed and didn't get a job with me, if they asked me why not, I was able to tell them why they didn't get it and what someone else did. In this case of the 5, I can tell the other 4 why not. To Ryan Gass, I would not be able to. I hope that most of us will support Ryan Gass because board of the police is tremendously important for us. We have a new chief, which sounds totally fantastic. I had a 1-hour meeting with him. He's a great guy. We need it's not a board of 10, 12, 15 people. It's a small board. We need everyone to be ready and to deliver. We heard that at the door. We heard it yesterday. We need someone who is ready and who's going to deliver the results. That's what Londoners want from us. And I do believe if we are going to be thinking of 500,000 of Londoners to deliver the results, that we are going to have a higher turnout at the polls as well. So I hope the other council members will support Ryan Gass. Thank you.
Other speakers? I'll give you time. I'll put myself on the speakers list. I'll turn it over to Councillor Lehman to chair.
Please go ahead, Mayor.
I'll say a couple of things. First, with respect and through the presiding officer to Councillor Pribble, I think that those are great points, but I also think we can differ in our assessment and our opinions of how we rate the candidates, how we score them with whatever process we use. And I think we can have a difference of opinion on who we think is the best candidate. I could tell you I also used a scoring system and went through the interviews in a thorough way, and I did not arrive at the same conclusion as you did. What I want to say is I think the process we used the first time around was very flawed. And I'll tell you why I think it was flawed. Because it doesn't allow us to communicate enough information with each other. When we had that first vote and it was, you get one choice, you throw it down, I have no idea who has a second choice, I have no idea who's third choice. There were 54 candidates. You may have had 4 people that you thought all these 4 people would be great. And none of us were able to share that with each other. None of us were able to see where the commonality lies. What I think the interview process allowed us to do was dig a little deeper, was have a little wider perspective, was to explore those top options that we had. And I think the debate today is allowing us to communicate a little more information than we did the first time with each other. There's this challenge, I think, when you have to drive everything down into a single vote, that you may say, I like these 3 people. And it may be everybody's got the same second choice, or many people do. There might be a block of first choices. We struggled to create a system that would try to show preferences with each other. And we went through multiple iterations, and I would say some of them were very accurate, but took a very, very long time to do. A frustrating long time, to the point where I remember the media stories saying about how long it took to get to an accurate representation of preferences. We sped that process up, but what we lost in the process was we lost, some of that information that we shared with each other. So I am glad the governance working group is looking at making this process better. We're still using that flawed process today, but what I see us doing is sharing a little more information to each other. So when I asked council to kind of pull back and say, let's do interviews, to have that ability to gather a little more information, I was hoping we could try to find a wider consensus on this appointment. I agree with everything Council Pribble said. This is a really important time for the Police Services Board. We need to choose someone who can add a voice and perspective to that board that is needed at this time. In my case, I actually side with a number of my colleagues who said that Stephen DeMello was the candidate. He also was, in my scoring system, the top ranking candidate through the interview process. So I won't reiterate what others have said. I agree with most of the assessments that have been made. I will say, although that will be my vote, I think we had multiple capable candidates make their way to the end of this process. Multiple people who would be great additions to the Police Services Board. Those people would bring very different perspectives. And the board does not have the capacity to ever be reflective of every perspective, which is why we rely also on administration and the advisory committees that the board has created to put some expertise on them. And I think any organization that's trying to add as many voices as they possibly can to be reflective of the community is going to struggle if you have a board of 5 or 7, right? It's just not possible. So I think Mr. DeMello adds some really important perspectives, particularly with policing and his history of engagement with the police and the discussions that he's had to go through and the bringing together of individuals. And at a time when we struggle, you know, I really do like that perspective. I'll be supporting him with my first vote.
And I'll return the chair to the mayor.
Other speakers. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak on this topic, but as a member of the Police Services Board and a director on the Ontario Association of Police Service Boards, this is a governance position at a very critical time. The Police Services Act is changing. We've got public safety and security concerns widespread. We do have advisory committees for different perspectives. This is a governance role. We need strength. We need ability to learn and understand the new act, to hold the services accountable to that, and to guide and lead. And I just want to encourage the other councillors to know that that is what is needed right now, is leadership and governance. And perspectives are great. We have that through many, many, many other channels. So my request is that we prioritize that when we vote today.
Any other speakers? I'm just looking online. I don't want to ignore anybody. If nobody needs to speak, we can proceed with the, sorry, Councillor Hopkins? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just waiting for a few more, oh, sorry, Your Worship, I was just waiting. Are you closing the comments portion?
Well, there's no one on the speakers list, so I could wait, but if people aren't obligated to speak if they don't want to. So
Yeah,
if you'd
no,
like to speak, you could.
I'd be pleased. I was just waiting to see if I can be convinced here a little bit that I may have it wrong. So I do appreciate the comments that I've heard so far. I guess I'll just start off, and I think it's really important. And as I listen to each and every one of you, I hear your own perspectives, and I hope when you listen to me, you will take that into consideration. This is my perspective. And I'd like to first of all start off with the applicants that we interviewed. I really want to take us back before that interview process and where we received a request from a from a resignation from the Police Services Board, really asking us as a council to really look at what is needed. And from that perspective, what was needed was Black, Indigenous. That's what was missing on the board. And following up, we did extensive outreach, received over 50 applications. It's great. We made a decision, not probably the right decision that was made at that time. And I think we should allow ourselves for making a mistake and maybe reviewing it. Going through the application process was, I think, a good thing. I really want to thank staff for doing the bias training. That really helped me out, taking that training, because as I made a decision, I wanted to make sure that I was open and I was listening to each and every candidate in the right way. And I will be supporting Joseph Wabashig. My vote has not changed, and I wrote down a couple things and reasons why I supported him. His knowledge is extensive. He addressed each and every one of us. He did not shy away from answering questions, even when he was challenged on a question by one of the members. He was informative. He, when asked what does he want, what's the job? Why did he choose to put his application forward? I wrote down, it's because he has the experience for this board. And Councillor Stevenson commented about the governance portion. He may not be the most fun, but I do think he brings that experience that is needed on the Police Services Board. There are many, many challenges going on. You could see at the ceremony with the new chief yesterday it was a very sort of uplifting and moving ceremony, but in lies the challenges of that. And I think the biggest and most important challenge that the police services will have is trust. And we need to instill and build that trust, and that's why I will be supporting Joseph Wabashig.
Okay, any other speakers? Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I'd just like to echo what Councillor Hopkins just said, and that was something that really resonated with me with the new police chief. When I think back to his speech, it was a very heartfelt speech, and you know how policing really matters to him. And the two things that stood out for me were the trust and community. And to Deputy Mayor Lewis's point, I think that there is an opportunity to build trust and the community with LGBTQ+. And I think that that is a group that feels under attack. I do think that Stephen has the necessary qualifications to do the job, and I do think that he represents a group that needs that voice at the table. And I think that that goes a long way in terms of restoring trust and building community. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Pribble?
I'll take the opportunity to speak more than once.
Oh,
I'm asking my
sorry, I missed Councillor Pelosi. You can speak more than once, but she has her hand up, so I'll let her speak first, and then I can get you on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just ever so briefly, thank you to the candidates and to the colleagues who really did go into this open-minded, as I know I challenged us going in that just don't go through the steps if we're not going to actually be open for change. Thank you for that. And as some colleagues mentioned before, some really good candidates coming forward through the interview process, really showing diverse aspects and attributes they could bring to the London Police Services Board and different community and lived experience that they come with. For me, having met with the chief already one-on-one, and you know, we serve in public office together, really concerned about this vital time. And as Councillor Stevens said the policies and being able to navigate the system. So for me, I wish we could put a couple of people on this board. Perhaps maybe the board will grow in the future, but really trying to balance that lens of the policy and governance aspect that someone could bring to the table versus the lived experience and a community they could hopefully entrench and start changing perspectives of. So just for me, that's what I'm balancing with my vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. And back to Councillor Pribble.
I would like to repeat or stress The 15 of us here are representing 500,000 of Londoners. The trust we are going to earn if we are going to make the decisions to serve 500,000 of Londoners. Not percentage, or sorry, the percentage that's going to be very high, 80, 90, 100%. And we are going to be judged by the results we deliver. When you vote, please think about this, because we are serving 500,000 of Londoners, and we do need the results. And we heard it yesterday. Most of us attended the session yesterday for the new chief of police. Lots of crises, lots of challenges. We need to deliver the results. Please think about it when you vote, and which individual is going to help us to deliver the results for 500,000 Londoners. That's what it's about today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to proceed with the first ballot then. So just a reminder, all 5 candidates that we interviewed will be on the ballot. Everybody gets 1 vote. So we'll do that. The clerks will announce the results, and we'll see what the subsequent rounds of voting look like.
Results of the vote: Ryan Goss, 7, Stephen DeMilo, 6, Joseph Wabajig, 2, Michelle Anderson, 0, Gita Kanaran, 0.
Okay, so the second round of voting will include Ryan Goss and Stephen DeMello. So colleagues will again get 1 vote, and they'll be able to proceed with that. And so we'll open that for voting now. Councillor Hopkins, sorry.
Yes, I'm just going to be excusing myself, and if I can be asked once the final vote has been given, I'll return.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Yes, I don't see any reason why people can't speak between rounds. No, it's a preferential process. The ballot has changed so people can speak between rounds. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm rising to speak in favor of Ryan Goss. It was clear from the exercise we went through with the 5 that certainly, in my opinion, or any objective opinion, and no disrespect to the others, but he rose to the top. He understands the issues. He's highly articulate, obviously intelligent. And more importantly, he also knows the issues because of his day-to-day work that he is involved with, has a deep understanding of the issues of all of London. And I think it's incumbent on us to choose somebody who has the best ability, the best attributes to go to the police board, and that's who we should support.
Okay, other speakers. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I'll be supporting Mr. Goss because I believe he is the most qualified to meet the challenges that I see faced in my role on the board, on the police board. Mr. Goss has many years' experience with the RCMP. We're governed by the Police Act, a very complicated, very specific act that governs our actions with the board and also with police services. But I'd also like to touch a bit upon what he did with the RCMP. He was in human resources. And I know bringing on a new chief from out of the area will bring with it some challenges. And I think Mr. Goss's experience in his role with these RCMP will be of great value to those of us on the board. And as far as diversity is concerned, it was touched on upon Mr. Goss's job that he has day to day. That job requires interaction with all diverse groups across the city on a regular basis. He's familiar and hears their concerns all the time in his role as a chief of staff for a member of parliament. And I really, truly believe Mr. Goss will represent those diverse groups with fervor at the board. And I think, from my opinion, he would be a solid addition to go. We're on a great spot. We've got a great chief. We've got two great deputy chiefs. We have a big challenge in front of us from a policing aspect, but we're going to get there. And I think Mr. Goss is the person that will, well, we spoke of bench strength. And I'll go to the deputy's mayor analogy. In my opinion, Mr. Goss adds to that bench strength because of his experience with RCMP and with his experience with the diverse groups across the city. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting Mr. Goss.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and I too will continue to support Mr. Goss. I believe that the legislative experience, the input from the constituents in London will be very valuable. When I did the training with the Ontario Association of Police Service Boards and we were talking about the diversity requirement, it is far beyond skin color and culture, right? There's diversity of opinion, diversity of thought, there's lots of different things. It does not specify anything. There is a new Police Services Act coming in. Things are going to change. Being able to understand that legislative changes and guide this police force is really, really important. And I believe Mr. Goss is the best candidate for that.
Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I too will be supporting Mr. Goss. I felt he was the strongest candidate. He spoke about policing, which I felt wasn't really touched upon by many of the other candidates. He also spoke with passion, and he had a story to tell. And it was a story very similar to what we heard from our new chief yesterday. It was a story of tragedy, but that he was able to pull himself up. He has significant experience, as Councillor Lehman suggested, with the RCMP. But more importantly, Your Worship, he spoke with tremendous dedication and passion. And as someone also like Councillor Pribble, who's hired many people in the past in my business career, I recognize that passion as something that that's vital in an organization, especially with the new chief and a strong board. So thank you, and I will be supporting Mr. Goss. Thank you.
I got Councillor Ferreira. Sorry, Councillor Stevenson, you want it back on the list? Okay. All right, I'll do Councillor Ferreira first.
Thank you, Your Worship. So from what I'm taking, I can see that colleagues have pretty much stated where they're going, so it seems like the vote is going to be on me on where this is going to go right now. So I'm just going to say it. My first candidate that I wanted to pick, Joseph, has been eliminated. And the other candidate that I saw, and as you all know, I was asking pretty tough questions. But some of the questions that I didn't get to ask to Mr. Goss, he actually answered. So he did show that he knew what was going on. So I was impressed by two candidates off the bat. Joseph was number 1. Mr. Goss was number 2. I'm going to be voting for Ryan Goss.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson, you wanted back on the list? No? Okay. Any other speakers? Oh, Councillor Pelosa, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and into committee for this conversation. And into the community, please know, going into this, I was very clear on what I was looking for, what my preferences were, recognizing some community's interaction with the RCMP, colonialism and whatnot. I guess more for our viewers and our residents, please know that some of you and your neighbors have reached out behind the scenes in confidence, sharing personal, very personal stories or interactions that they've had with some of the candidates, and very personal stories of how they would like to see London shaped and formed in their concerns within their individual communities. I am sorry that some of those conversations that I'm sure several councillors or many councillors have had one-on-one with residents in the city aren't public and we're not able to share it, but please know, I'm sure others and myself for sure have weighed that behind the scenes in accordance to my vote today. Thank you.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, I'm just wondering if perhaps some of my colleagues on the Police Service Board, or perhaps if there's a staff person available to help me to understand. Councillor Stevenson alluded to the Comprehensive Ontario Police Service Act and the updates that are coming. I'm just wondering if someone might be able to comment on some of those changes that are happening or proposed to the Comprehensive Police Services, Ontario Police Service Act, sorry, that relate to the composition of that board.
I could try to put Mr. Card on the spot. I'm not sure if he's, just because it's about questions about an act forthcoming now. I will say for colleagues, I don't think he knew that question was coming, so I'm not sure what he's read or hasn't read, but I don't know if you can provide any context, Mr. Card, or let us know that it's not something you're prepared to do today.
Yes, Your Worship, I am aware that the act has changed. I am aware that there are certain requirements with respect to outreach and appointments to police service boards, but I don't feel that I'm well enough versed to provide opinions with respect to that act, because for one thing, we don't operate under it generally other than the act of making appointments.
Go ahead, Councillor, sorry.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Your Worship. Okay, my understanding, and I'll speak broadly about this because I am by no means an expert on this topic, but my understanding of some of the interpretations, and I'll cite Hicks Morley here for those that are familiar, is that under the Comprehensive Police Service Act, there is a requirement for a municipal diversity plan, which includes the makeup of the Municipal Police Service Board. It requires that at the time that this Comprehensive Act is enacted, that there is a reasonable step to promote appointments to the board of members of historically underrepresented groups. That is the required language that the provincial government is looking at. I want to put that out there for consideration because I want to take us back. When Ms. Toth left the Police Service Board, this is exactly what she pointed to. This is the piece of legislation that she said is before the province for consideration, and that it needed to be taken into consideration. And the reason that I'm bringing this up is because this could mean within the process that we are back here again after the diversity plan is complete, by the Police Service Board, whenever this is enacted, to make a different recommendation. So I want to put that out there because I think it's an important consideration. We're talking about governance skills. We're talking about all of those other attributes as well. I saw candidates that have all of those with all 5, including a leadership role with an organization, Pride London, over a considerable amount of years, when that organization was facing a lot of internal turmoil, but also a lot of external responsibility in the community. So I want to bring that up again. I do think both candidates, offer a different perspective and a different opportunity to complement the existing board. And I heard very loud and clear yesterday as well from the ceremony with the chief, from my own personal 1-hour meeting with the chief as well, a commitment to engaging with the community deeply and to look to serve those historically underrepresented groups. I also want to say, there was, and I never want to speak for what someone shared as their lived experience, but there were multiple references to different points of lived experience. And one of those lenses, I think, is particularly important to the work that we're doing on health and homelessness as well. So I want to leave it at that, but again, if other members of the Police Service Board want to speak to their understanding of that piece of legislation, the changes that are being proposed, I'm happy to hear it if they have a different understanding. But that is my understanding of what change is being considered. Thank you.
I have Councillor Stevenson, and then I'll go to Councillor Frank, and then I'll go to Councillor Trossau.
Thank you, and I appreciate the question. I'm actually heading to Toronto tomorrow to do a day of planning with the Ontario Association of Police Service Boards, and I did do a half-day training on diversity and the upcoming changes. So, and as I said, I'll try to find the presentation, and I'm happy to share it with council. But it was really stressed and made clear that the diversity was very broad-based. So there's many, many different aspects and ways to fulfill that. And skin color was not prioritized, it was not mentioned. So, and when it comes to lived experience, we do have the Mental Health and Addictions Advisory Committee, and we do have the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee for the board. And I know that Ms. Toth said a lot as she was leaving, but we weren't talking about this when we did the vote in November. The Police Act, nothing has changed. And I'll speak personally. I find this a little disturbing that Mr. Goss was chosen, voted 8-7 at the last time. Again, now he's coming to the top and there's this fight. We accepted a close 8-7 vote when it was Ms. Toth. Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about the importance of diversity that wasn't talked about before. We get to choose the best candidates for the positions. And I'll say that I find this very disturbing, very uncomfortable that we're somehow I don't even know how to put it into words. I'm not sure I want to go there.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. And yes, I agree with Councillor Stevenson. We do get to choose the best candidate for the role. I think we have differences of opinion on what best is, and that's why we're here sharing our perspectives. I have a quote I really like. Optimism won't change the situation, but optimism will change how the situation feels. And I think that we've heard a lot actually during the interviews. One of the challenges that the police sector is facing across Canada and in London is recruitment. And we know that's from a public perception and opinion on police across North America, across Canada, and in various cities. And I do think that public perception is one of the reasons, and we've heard from the police themselves, that could be a deterrent as to why someone would want to enroll into the police services. And I think we need to provide optimism to potential police recruits that if they enter into that workforce, which we know that we are going to be currently recruiting for and over the next couple of years, given the challenges we have, that they're going to be welcomed and that their needs are going to be reflected by upper management and the board. So I think providing optimism actually is a way that we can ensure that this, the police board and also police services are still able to recruit. And we need to be changing public perception. And I think that starts with who is leading and who is able to provide opinions. And I think that, again, we've been talking about who we think is the best candidate for the role. And I do think lived experience is sometimes as important or more important than educational experience or work experience. I value that very highly. So I appreciate that colleagues value other things very highly, but that to me is one of the reasons why someone would do an excellent job in the role. And I have faith that a lot of us came into this role with no experience as counselors and no experience on police boards, and yet people are serving on both of those roles, and I think they're doing a good job, and I think we can offer that belief to other people as well.
Councillor Trosow.
Through the chair, and in all due respect to council, I think that was an important question that was asked. And I'm sorry I don't have the document in front of me today, but I do remember in Susan Toth's outgoing letter, which I believe was signed by other persons, there were citations to the new law. And I regret that I don't have that in front of me right now. But I think it's important to be able to say, as somebody with a legal background, when you don't know the answer, I'll go look it up and get back to you. And I think we have to ask for that, because there were important amendments to the act which have some bearing. I've tried to pull out little pieces of it, but I'd rather not give a definitive opinion. But I don't think it would take that long to look it up and find it. And I'm just wondering how we could remedy this. I think it's a reasonable question for this council to ask, and it has to do with diversity plans.
I have Deputy Mayor Lewis, and then I can add you after. So I guess, Mr. Card, the councillor was asking about the new act and anything in it. I know you don't have the information before you and you've not reviewed it, but sorry, councillor, the question is how much time would it take him to figure that out? Like, I need to know what you're asking to direct the conversation to Mr. Card.
Yeah, I don't think this is a major legal research job, and if I had just a few minutes, I could find it, but I would like him to work on that for a few minutes.
I'll continue with the debate, and then I'll go to Mr. Card. He may not have the answer still, but I'm happy to check. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I caution colleagues to be very careful about interpreting provincial legislation that has not received royal assent. It is not in force and effect in this province. So while it may have bearing on future decisions and future plans, it actually does not impact our decision today. And I have not seen any provincial government anywhere in this country, and I have been working at various levels of political involvement since 2003, repeal or rescind appointments because they've changed legislation. Typically, the existing appointments are grandfathered until the new legislation has taken effect. So I'm very, very hesitant to start speculating on how the provincial legislation will be interpreted moving forward. What I am going to say, though, is that And what I'm going to share is, after this entire interview process, and I want to pick up on the optimism that Councillor Frank talked about a little bit. While my first vote changed, Mr. Goss still was slotted as my second choice. And so I am very comfortable, even if I am on the losing end of a vote this afternoon, knowing that we have two excellent candidates for this position, and either one would do an excellent job. So I am going to leave here today feeling optimistic about the future of the Police Services Board, no matter who comes out with 8 votes, because I think they're both good candidates. The last time around, I had Mr. Goss as my first choice. My interviews I went into with an open mind. My first choice changed, but Mr. Goss was still my second choice. And had Mr. DeMello fallen off the ballot earlier in the process, my vote would have moved to Mr. Goss. And I have no problem sharing that with people, because I think that we are going around now at a point when we actually should be calling a vote and making a decision. I think we have 2 excellent candidates. We are going to perhaps have differences of opinion, as Councillor Frank stated, but we can have those differences of opinion as happy warriors for this community, as people who say, we've got 2 great choices. So democracy will play out, we will cast a vote, and one of those people will move forward onto the Police Services Board. And whoever isn't, I hope will keep their name available to serve in another capacity. We have vacancies on other committees. We have always needs for people to contribute municipally to the benefit and well-being of our city. So whatever the result of this vote is, we would be well served by having either one of these gentlemen on the board. We'd be well served by having either one of them on serving in another capacity. So I hope we are not going to be negative about this. I hope we're going to be optimistic, as Councillor Frank said, recognize we've got 2 great choices, and let's have a vote and give one of them the opportunity to move forward and serve on the Police Services Board.
Okay, I can't move things along. We suspended some of the rules, so we're going to have the debate, and I'm going to go to Councillor Stevenson next.
I agree with everything the Deputy Mayor just said. I just wanted to clarify that I am not speaking at all on my role as a director of the OAPSB. I wasn't even a director when I went to the training. I am happy to share, if I can, what I got there. So new councillor, new director, and I just wanted to clarify that as I put it out there. But it is an advantage that I do bring back being a director there, that I will have more information to share with council over the next few years as I participate more.
Okay, any other speakers before I check in with Mr. Card? Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I'm still with Stephen on this, and I think he brings valuable experience. I know we keep talking about experience, and I think it speaks to, like, the values that we hold and how we interview people. And personally, like, I'm open-minded. I was open-minded about changing my vote earlier, and I'm not with this. I think there's an opportunity to embrace change and diversity, and I think that's really important in this conversation. And I know people are really stuck on this thing in terms of the experience that Ryan brings, and I do think he's a great candidate. But I think we need change and we need new experience. What we have on the police board, and I applaud everyone who serves on it, they bring their own unique perspective, but we need more of those unique perspectives. And I think that I would hope that people open their minds to the possibility of change and diversity and a new perspective on policing. For what Councillor Frank said, policing isn't static. The population's changed. Canada is a very diverse place. London is a very diverse city. And I think we need to acknowledge that at all levels. And when we have these opportunities to put people with those unique perspectives in leadership roles, we should encourage that. And I would hope with the next vote that people keep an open mind. And I'm still supporting Stephen, and I would hope others will consider that. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? Mr. Card, can I just check in with you to see if you have any other additional information, or if you are as you were before?
No, Your Worship. I'm still looking through the material to see if I would be in a position to offer useful information in response to whatever questions might be coming forward. I know that I do have it, and I did look at it a few months ago, but at this moment, my comments are not showing up. So if you wish to check back in a few minutes, I'd be pleased to provide you with an update.
Well, colleague, okay, that's where we stand. I don't have any other speakers. So to move the meeting along, I'm going to proceed with the next vote unless something else is directed. Okay, there's no more speakers. There's 2 candidates left, so we're going to proceed with the vote on those 2 candidates.
Results of the vote, no majority. Stephen DeMille, 7. Ryan Goss, 7.
Okay, colleagues, I'm going to read the section called Resolution of a Tie. I'll make a ruling, and then if anybody dislikes it, they can challenge me on it. So section 6.61, a runoff vote between the tied candidates shall be conducted and tabulated electronically. The candidate that receives the most votes in the runoff shall be recommended for appointment. 6.62, in the event of a tie between the same 2 or more candidates in a runoff vote, the tie will be resolved by lot as follows with the candidate chosen. So then there's some procedures there. So now that we have a tie, slightly different than what I said before, we will have a runoff vote now between the tied candidates. And if that's still tied, then we will draw the lots. So that's the way I'm going to proceed according to the procedure bylaw, because that's what it says. Or it's actually the policy, not the procedure bylaw. Okay? Okay, so same 2 candidates. This is the runoff between the 2 tied candidates. Okay, so the runoff, actually the system does this automatically. So we will open the runoff vote, same 2 candidates. This is because there's a tie, there's now a runoff.
There is a majority. Ryan Goss, 8. Stephen DeMille, 6.
Okay, so Okay, so the process has determined one recommended candidate in Ryan Goss. So now I would look for a mover of a ratification. I see Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Okay, there is possible discussion on this. Any discussion that colleagues would like to make at this point? Okay, so we'll open the ratification of the process for voting. So I'll just be clear, this is the appointment to the board now. We've run the process, like this is the motion to make the appointment.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-3.
Okay, so that's done. I think that's the committee's report. Deputy Mayor?
That concludes the 17th meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee.
Okay, so lots of meeting left, maybe time for a break. If colleagues would like to take a break, I'd look for a motion to move.
My legs would love a 20-minute recess.
20-minute break moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Trousseau. We'll do this one by hand. All those in favor of a 20-minute break?
Motion carries.
Please be seated. Okay, so 2 reports down. We're on to 8.3, which is the 18th meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee. I will go back to the Deputy Mayor to present that.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I am happy to introduce the 18th report of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee. I believe we have colleagues who want item 11, the appointments to the Conservation Authority, item 12, the June progress update from the Health and Homelessness Whole of Community System Response, and item 13, the Core Area Action Plan 2022 review, pulled to be dealt with separately. I've not been made aware of any other items colleagues wish to deal with separately.
Any colleagues like something? Go ahead, Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you. I just want to clarify from the report, it's 4.1 has been pulled? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, anything else? So what we've got from the council agenda is 11, 12, and 13 being dealt with separately. If you're looking at the committee agenda, it's 4.1, 2.1, and 2.2 dealt with separately. Does anybody want anything else dealt with separately? Okay, go ahead.
So with that, Your Worship, I will put items 1 through 10 from the 18th meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee on the floor for a vote.
Okay, comments on those items from colleagues? Go ahead, Councillor. Oh, sorry. Is there someone over here? Go ahead.
Just can't find the, I wanted to, Mayor, just speak briefly on the report from London Hydro. I thought the presentation was very professional, and we should be very grateful that we have such a well-run, efficient utility here in London. But as we know, that utility is for distribution purposes. We should also be thankful for the hydro generation that takes place in the province of Ontario. The company that I'm with, outside of this place, is a consumer, a big consumer of electricity. We consume about 1.3 million kilowatts of electricity yearly. And our biggest customer is headquartered in Europe. And Europe is very big on CO2 emissions, et cetera. It allows us to be on their prime supplier list because the generation in Ontario is 93% CO2 free. The Germans, that some of us may know, made a big mistake when they decoupled from nuclear. That was under Angela Merkel. And now, because of what's happening with Ukraine, they're burning wood and coal to generate electricity. So the German CO2 levels are far, far higher. So again, I just want to say thanks to Ontario Generation, but also to London Hydro. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about 3.2, or number 8, I guess, the LMCH annual update. It was great to get their presentation. I just wanted to say again, thanks to them for all that they're doing for our social housing. And thank you for the request that was made by the chair around looking at who and how many of our high acuity people are going into the social housing, because it really is an issue. I talked to a lot of residents in the social housing, and having people in their space, inside their building, that are bringing safety and security concerns is a really big problem. So I was very excited to hear about the ask, looking forward to seeing some changes there to provide a more optimal setting in our social housing. It is a really big concern for people, and I know there'll be other solutions for the people who need the highly supportive housing. So that's great news too.
Okay, other speakers to the slate of items before us? Oh, and I'll just remind everybody, we're back to normal rules, so you only get to speak once. That was just for that one item, just in case colleagues were trying to slip one by me. I've got two clerks who are on it. So with that, I don't see any other speakers, so we're going to open the vote that the Deputy Mayor put on the floor for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Item 11, I'm now ready to put on the floor. This is the appointments to the two conservation authorities, and I was using my incredible powers of intuition to predict that Councillor Van Meerbergen wanted to vote separately on Clause C. So I think we could put Clause A and B on the floor first, and then deal with C separately.
Okay, so you're putting item 11, 4.1, the appointments to the Conservation Authority, everything but C on the
Everything
floor.
but C.
Okay. That's moved by the Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on this? Okay, we'll open those pieces for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
We'll now put item C, Councillors Pribble and Van Meerbergen be appointed to the Kettle Creek Conservation Authority for the term ending November 14, 2026 on the floor. And I will just remind colleagues that if we want to do something different, we have to defeat this committee recommendation before an alternate motion can go on the floor.
Okay, I'll look for speakers on this. Councillor Meerbergen.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, I attended the SPPC meeting where the agenda that we're actually in the report we're looking at now. But I had to leave at the dinner break for a family commitment. I heard later that, unbeknownst to me, without my knowledge and certainly without consenting to anything, that my name went forward. Again, without my knowledge. And at first I didn't believe it, but sure enough, it's true. And with that came some editorial comment about some of us not having an appropriate workload. I have to state, and I think most of us know this, that our system is set up so that it's flexible enough to meet the needs of individual counselors depending on their circumstance. So you can have a full-time career and still be a counselor. Now that may not look like others who feel that their way of doing things is better, but I've been doing this for I'm in my 16th year. I've been elected 5 times for the people of Ward 10, and they seem to be pretty happy with the representation they're getting. As far as I'm concerned, I report to the residents and voters of Ward 10, not to other councillors. I would never, ever put somebody's name forward as another councillor and not ask them first. I think that is completely unprofessional. I think it's discourteous. And frankly, I'm very disappointed to see this go in this direction. Again, my 16th year, I've never seen a councillor do this to another councillor. Like, there isn't a reasonable expectation that we be treated with each other on a professional level and at least communicate with each other. If I had gotten even a phone call, a text ahead of time, an email, if it was at all possible, I certainly would have considered it. But the bottom line is, I do have other commitments. I do have another career path outside of this place. And it wouldn't have taken much just to have just a simple call. To do it in this manner is not good for any of us. And as I said, I've never, ever seen, from whatever political stripes or beliefs or philosophies, a particular councillor do this to another councillor. So, again, I'm very disappointed, frankly saddened by these actions, and I'll just leave it at that, Mayor.
Yes, I'm just going to add a context. I know you're centering out a councillor. I would say that through the process, there was a majority of the committee who supported that direction, and so I think you're speaking in broader terms there as well. So are you asking for us to defeat the motion? You're asking for the motion to be defeated? I think you were speaking to it, so that's what you're asking.
Well, if I was asked, Mayor, I would have stated that I could maybe have the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority work, because they meet in the afternoon as opposed to the morning. So I don't know if others involved would be willing to do a swap, as it were. I'd even go so far as to say I would try to go to Chatham in a canoe or a bike, one or the other. Thank you.
Okay, so the process we have before us is, I understand what you're saying, but we'll have to make some changes. People will have to speak to it. I've got other speakers. Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I'd like to offer Councillor Van Meerbergen an apology. I agree it was inappropriate. Councillor Van Meerbergen and I speak on a regular basis. I had every opportunity to mention this to him, and I didn't, and it wasn't because of anything malicious, but I forgot. And I do apologize, Councillor Van Meerbergen. It was inappropriate. I was part of this cadre, and I do apologize. Thank you.
Any other speakers to the motion that's on the floor? Okay. Since there's no other speakers, we're going to open the motion, which is for the appointment of the two councillors to the board for voting.
Closing the vote. Motion is lost. 1-13.
Okay, so we can take an alternate direction now. I'll look to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll point out that the motion that we just defeated had two names in it. So an alternate motion does not preclude Councillor Pribble from continuing to serve, because it is not the whole motion. It was only a part of the motion. So if another councillor were to offer to fill this, a motion could still come forward, or a motion could come forward with just Councillor Pribble at this time and leave the other spot vacant for the time being. We've got a couple of different options here, but the defeating of the motion that we just defeated does not require Councillor Pribble to be removed from consideration in filling one of those two roles.
Yes, I will say that's correct, and my understanding of our rules as well, and that's how I would be willing to proceed as chair. So if someone would like to put a couple of councillors' names forward, they could. If someone would like to deal with Councillor Pribble, they could. If someone would like to deal with Councillor Pribble and then see if someone else is interested, we could do that as well. So we could chunk this out. So Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I am prepared to put Councillor Pribble's name forward for one of the two positions.
I need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Trousseau. Okay, Councillor Pribble's name is forward. And just the motion on Councillor Pribble, we can deal with the second appointment afterwards. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I offer councillors another option now in terms of the current vacancy. Our original communication to the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry was indicating that we were seeking to fill 3 vacancies at that time with non-councillors and citizen appointees. We now have only 1 vacancy. We have filled 2 of the 3. One option we could consider is forwarding a new communication to the ministry asking for permission to fill 1 vacancy with a citizen at large rather than 3 vacancies with a citizen at large. If it is not workable for any member of council's schedule to step up and fill this vacancy. And I would encourage that if we were to send such a communication, that include it being noted that given the number of boards, agencies, and commissions councillors are expected to serve on, no one was able to fill this time in their schedule.
Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Well, again, I'll just offer, if it's possible, I'm not sure Councillor McAllister's schedule, but I could do Lower Thames Valley, and perhaps we could do a swap. Councillor McAllister goes to Kettle Creek, if that worked.
Okay, so I'm going to allow the question just because it's nice to try to get the board filled, even though it's not really 100% procedurally correct. If this were to be something that works, we're going to have to reconsider what we just did and then shift some things around, but I'll go to Councillor McAllister to see if it's even an option.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I can't swap. I mean, I do already have a heavy load with all the committees, commissions, and boards that I currently sit on. If the councillor wants to take that, they can, but I would not be able to switch with Kettle Creek. I chose the Lower Thames because it worked with my schedule, and as there were no other volunteers, I wanted to step up to fill that vacancy out of courtesy to the Conservation Authority.
So, Councillor McAllister, your answer is you'd be happy to give up the spot, but you're not, well, you can't make the other committee work. Okay. You will? Okay. So, Councillor McMillan, you're willing to go on the Lower Thames Conservation Authority in place of Councillor McAllister? Okay, I just want to make sure I understand because I hear talking not on microphones. So, Councillor McAllister said he'd be willing to vacate the spot that we just appointed to on Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority, but he's not able to take on the Kettle Creek because it doesn't work for his schedule. So we'd still have a vacancy. So whether or not you want to offer to take that on, we could. I just need to know whether you want to take on the Lower Thames. It doesn't solve our, okay, can you say that on the microphone?
Yes, Mayor, I'll take on Lower Thames Valley.
Okay, so colleagues, so I can accommodate this. What we need to do is make a motion to reconsider the appointment of Councillor McAllister only because we passed B already. So we can reconsider that. After the reconsideration, we can appoint Councillor Van Meerbergen, and then we can come back to the Kettle Creek and see if there's any other options there. So I'll look for someone. Okay, I was just checking to make sure the vote was 14-0, because only someone on the winning side can move reconsideration, so just was double checking. Councillor Trossau, you're willing to move reconsideration of the appointment of Councillor McAllister, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. So that takes 2/3 of council to support the reconsideration. You've heard the discussion. It's not debatable, so we're just going to go to the vote. Okay, so this is to reconsider the appointment of Councillor McAllister to the Lower Thames Valley Board, which we have another councillor for that. So vote yes if you want to help us solve this resolution.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, so in more fun procedural antics, the motion to appoint Councillor McAllister, which was delivered us to the committee, is now back on the floor. So now we get to vote on that again, and if we defeat it, then we can put Councillor Van Meerbergen forward. So the motion to appoint Councillor McAllister is on the floor, and I believe the colleagues are looking to have this defeated so that we can put Councillor Van Meerbergen on it. So I will open the appointment of Councillor McAllister for voting.
Your Worship, I'm just hearing some confusion among colleagues. We're reconsidering the vote to appoint,
Yes,
which
so-
means you need to vote no in order to open the appointment back up for a new member of council.
When we reconsidered it, it means it got brought back to the floor even though we made a decision. So the current committee recommendation to appoint Councillor McAllister is on the floor. If colleagues defeat that, we could appoint someone else. So the motion on the floor, we've reconsidered, it's there. If it's defeated, we can appoint someone else. That's what we're voting on. Okay, so we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Hillier? Councillor Hillier? We'll be marking Councillor Hillier as absent. Closing the vote, motion fails 0-13.
Okay, now I can entertain an alternate motion to appoint Councillor Van Meerbergen. Who would like to move that? Councillor Van Meerbergen, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Any discussions on the appointment of Councillor Van Meerbergen to the Lower Thames Conservation Authority Board? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, so Councillor Van Meerbergen's been appointed to Lower Thames. I'll just move back to Kettle Creek. We still have one vacant spot there. I'll look to see if there's any interest in committee to making an alternate motion since we defeated the one that was existing there. We subsequently appointed Councillor Pribble. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'd like to put forward the motion that we send the request to the province to assign a citizen to that one spot remaining.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Cuddy. Discussion on that. That'll just take a moment. Not a vote we anticipated having preloaded in, so just take a moment to type it up. Okay, we're in the middle of debate on this item, so if you'd like to say something, hopefully it's related to this item, go ahead.
Reading the, thank you, through the chair. Reading the letter that came from the ministry on this, which I really disagreed with quite a bit as being somebody who follows these authorities. I'm very skeptical that we're going to get much movement on this. However, sure, let's give it a try. So I'm going to vote yes on this, but in voting, in supporting your motion, I just don't want that to be misconstrued that I'm hopeful that the province is going to reconsider. But I will vote yes on this.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. While we wait for the clerk to type that up, I will say that I agree with Councillor Trossow. I am skeptical, but I think that the way the province has structured these bodies, they have helped create this problem. So let's put it back in their court to help fix it. We've put a councillor on to fill a position. They could meet us halfway and allow the other position to be filled by a citizen. The worst they can say is no. And we will be back to looking at our schedules again with regard to a vacancy. But we're not the ones who defined the structure of how many councillors need to be on each of these conservation authority boards. So let's go back to them and let them know that they've created a problem.
Any other speakers? Okay, that wording is done now, so if there's no other speakers, which I see none, we'll open this for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moving on, item 12, it's 2.1 from the committee report, is the June progress update, health and homelessness, whole of community system response. Prior to the meeting, I spoke with Councillor Stevenson, who indicated she wanted this pulled. So that's why it's been pulled, and I'll turn it over to you to take it from there.
Okay, so you'll put the committee recommendation on the floor. I'll look for speakers. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and through the chair. I know I only get to speak on this once. I had a lot to say about this at SPPC. I wondered if staff wants to have a chance to speak before I give comments. I don't want to presume anything or whether I'm good to go. Okay. So the reason that I'm pulling this and the reason that I'm be voting against it, I just want to be clear that I support the whole of community plan. I want us to come together as a community with all of the wisdom and experience within our city to address this crisis. So I don't want to derail this process. And I don't want to, but we are in a governance position here. And we have endorsed a plan that's building a bridge as we cross it, and we don't really know exactly the details. And things are coming to us done. So for instance, 403 Thompson Road, the switch from affordable housing to highly supportive housing, those 44 affordable housing units are desperately needed. And the switch to highly supportive came to us, basically the cake was baked, iced, and pre-sold. Because it came to SPPC saying, this is what we're doing, next week it's at council, and Indwell starts the next week. Indwell does amazing work. I support that completely, and I know council's already ruled on that, but my concern is the way that things are coming from in the governance model, we're at the top, but we're saying to do it, but we don't, not saying how, and then things are coming from the bottom up. I don't know how else to say it, except that, you know, the report, the endorsed plan when it came February 28th, it says throughout 2022, Londoners from all sectors and backgrounds said clearly that something needed to change. That is so true. We all heard that at the door. We're all united in that. People had hope that there was an election, new councillors, maybe that would change something. Then there's a health and homeless gathering. Again, more hope. A $25 million donation. Again, more hope. It's been 7 or 8 months. There's a lot of anticipation and expectation around things changing in London. And the first thing that came to us was the encampment strategy, which is meals and care at the river. I don't know if it's just the timing and that's what's come to us first, but it's creating a loss of hope. Right? If this is what we're talking about, I am not saying people don't deserve to have food and water, but the community can handle that. They need us to do the big things that they can't do. They're looking for the big things, and maybe I'm just ahead of myself and that's coming. But the communication is really lacking. I'm getting the monthly reports, but it's so high level, the details aren't there. I did a video clip of what I said at SPPC. It has 42,000 views on Facebook. The message is resonating. Those are not all in London. But the message is really resonating. People are frustrated. Their concerns aren't being met. And so this whole, like again, even in the page that was handed out at the Aquatic Center, it says what people want to hear. But the actions aren't there, and there's no timeline for the actions. And so if I'm the only council member that is willing to speak that voice, then that's the way it gets to be. I'm going to be voting no on this. It is not me saying no to the concept. It's me speaking on behalf of the people who do not feel safe in their own homes, do not feel safe going to the park, do not feel safe in their backyards. This is a really big issue, and this is not something that is just a policing issue. Our new chief of police has his work cut out for him, but so do we. The city gets to do their part, and then I want to know how the community, the residents and the neighbors and the businesses can do their part, because it's going to take all of us working together to solve this. And I have talked to many moms of addicts on our streets. And, you know, they want their kids to stay alive. They're checking for them every day. But the meal isn't it. You know, we do not have people starving to death. It is a basic need, but it is not the root of this problem. And people want to hear us get into the root. And if my time is almost done, I just want to reiterate that I am not wanting to be a problem. I am wanting to help us be excellent at this. This matters to our city, our core area. Our residents are hurting. There's so many of them that are hurting, and this needs to expand to the whole of community.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to, this signal is like getting near the end of the time. Sorry, not everybody can. Okay, Councilor Trosan.
Thank you very much. I want to go straight to the matter of the encampment strategy, because I think it's the encampment strategy that's causing a lot of the controversy.
I think that's, just give me one sec.
It is. It's 15 on 8.8.
There's an update on the health and homelessness whole of community response. In the Community and Protective Services report, there's an item on the encampment strategy. So it sounds to me like you're looking to speak on that one.
I'll defer my comments until the appropriate report. I sounded to me like it was coming up, but I'm sorry.
It is coming up. It's just not quite here yet. So I'll let you know. No, staff doesn't just respond to comments councillors make. If there is a question, then they can respond to a question, but I took your comments, like you were making comments, so, yeah. Okay. Other speakers to this? Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. Before I get into my comments, I just have a couple of questions for staff. With the homeless strategy, how will that address individuals suffering from a high acuity level of addiction and mental health issues? That's one. And two, once we're up and running with our hubs, has there been discussion or strategy talks to address those that will continue to live in city-owned spaces and refuse the help that the city is willing to offer?
Ms. Livingston.
Your Worship, through you, the focus of this response is on the highest acuity people. In London, there are about 2,200 folks that are on our by name list who are homeless at some point. Of that, we have about 600 of the highest acuity folks, mental health, addictions, very severe physical health problems. That is what this plan, this response is focused on. So the list of functions that are described in that hub are geared to those folks. That's why you see in there things like primary care, access to mental health services and supports, access to addiction recovery, along with a harm reduction and trauma-informed response. So those are the combination of functions that are geared entirely to try and meet people where they're at and support them to be ready to be able to move to housing. And when they are, the other side of the plan is to have the highly supportive housing available so that we are dealing with those that are of the highest acuity. And I forgot your second question.
The second question is, once we're up and running, with those that refuse our assistance, what are the discussions and strategy around that?
Through you, Your Worship, again, the design around the hubs is to try and remove as many barriers as possible for people accessing service. Right now, there are wonderful services throughout our community, but you have to move around to get them, and in many cases, there are rules. You have to leave after a certain time, you can't come in before a certain time. So the idea is to create and take away as many of those barriers as possible, and the good work of our outreach workers to engage those folks in encampments, to have them understand that this is a place where they can access services and supports in a different way and begin to move into a place of being able to access highly supportive housing. So that is why in the longer term, we're also talking about so I know we're going to come to the encampment stuff in terms of their emergent response, but in the longer term as part of this work, there's also work underway to say, how do we address encampments as we are then having the hubs in place? The desire and belief is that we'll see fewer encampments as we stand up hubs and put highly supportive housing in place, but how do we address them when they're there? That is also part of this work as we move through it.
Thank you, and if I may, just some comments, Chair. So I listened to SPPC as we discussed this strategy that's coming forward, and I listened to comments. And I recognize there's frustration. I think we're all at that point, including those who are developing the strategy. And it's fine that frustration is felt here in this chamber because we represent our constituents and the public. And I agree with Councillor Stevenson. There is that level of frustration. Will this work? I don't know. But I think it's got a really good chance to improve what we currently are seeing. But I don't think it will completely solve it. What I do know, what doesn't work, encampments don't work. Putting people in housing without supports don't work. We heard that from London Housing. I've witnessed it out in my ward. We had housing there with high needs individuals, and it didn't work. What I'm very encouraged about, and I've had discussions with the city manager quite a while on this, is the involvement of our hospitals in this strategy. Because up until now, I felt that the medical community was not addressing what I perceive at the base of this, a medical crisis. High needs mental health mixed with addiction, because they're not two separate things. One cause and effect, they're intertwined. There are a core of individuals, I believe, that are living rough right now, that desperately need high intensive care and long-term care. I don't think many individuals will ever be able to live on their own without continued care to support them. And so I'm encouraged by the city manager in saying that this is a direction of this plan. But at the end of the day, what I see across Canada is this situation in cities of all sizes. And what I don't see is a better solution. I believe we're forging ahead. I believe there's flexibility where we'll move, where we need to move, but we're doing what people have asked us to do, and we're acting. Is it as fast as some would like? Maybe not. Is it direction that people would like to go? Maybe not. But there's certain realities that we have in what we can do. I mean, we cannot arrest people. Police, when they arrest people for, let's say, vandalism or threat of violence, a lot of times it doesn't meet the threshold where they can hold them. They have to give them a court date, a slip of paper, and release them back in the community. Frustration, you know. It's the hospitals. We take high needs individuals down to the hospital. Police sit with them for 4 hours in emergency. They're treated and shown to the front door, and they're back into the community. We need something more. What we do need at the end of the day, again, to address the 600, I believe is a solution that is above the resources that municipalities can provide. We need higher levels of government to step in. You know, I don't think it's any coincidence that about 20 years ago, we had 2 hospitals that dealt with this issue that had 750 beds. Now we have 150 beds at LHSC. 600, what a coincidence that that's kind of the number. I think those type of facilities at some point are going to have to be considered by higher levels of government. So I will support the direction we're taking, but I really hope that the other levels of government will look at other means to help us out in cleaning our cities up.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. I have myself on the speakers list next. I'm going to turn the chair over to you.
I'll go to the mayor.
I just want to, on the health and homelessness update plan, I want to pick up on just a couple of comments that were made, particularly the comments from Councillor Lehman. I think it's really important for us to be very clear. In my observations and my engagement with the public, there's a lot of things we got, a lot of irons in the fire, a lot of things we have going on. There's a lot of mixing of components into the different strategies. So I wanted to take a moment to emphasize just a couple of things that Councillor Lehman brought to light. One is the health and homelessness work. as the city manager said, and as Councillor Lehman was alluding to, we have a very high needs population who requires services provided in a different way. The status quo does not work. The agencies who are working for many years have come together and said, we recognize the status quo doesn't work and we're willing to get behind a new plan. And this is all to serve a very high needs population who you can't just give a house to. You can't just expect them to be successful in a housed environment without proper supports. You may not even be able to get people off the street without proper avenues into accessing the services they need at the time that they need them. And over the years, too often, people have been ready for help, and the answer is come back next month, there isn't enough space. So the Health and Homelessness Plan is targeted towards a very high needs population to build our capacity to serve that marginalized population. Now, at the same time, we know that it'll take some runway to get there. And so that's where we will talk later tonight about what do we do in the interim to address encampments. Very different strategy, completely unconnected. It's about getting us from point A to point B and a little further down the road from where we are today, because there are challenges in that space. But ultimately too, and Mr. Mathers is here, and I just want to see if he'll look up. Yeah, there's a lot of work being done in his division on housing affordability and housing creation generally. We know that part of the homelessness challenge is people can't afford to live in some of our Canadian cities because the cost of living has gone up. We know that there are multiple solutions to that, of which the municipality is just one piece. We know social assistance rates aren't sufficient in the province, and that that's one of the avenues that can help. We know that we need to create housing because we have a supply issue. We know we need to create affordable housing. Councillor Frank and I have a motion later tonight to look at that within our CIP structure. We created a whole housing supply action plan, and we're developing it in consultation with all of the partners to try to drive that piece. That is part of the work, right? People cannot afford to live in this city, or at least some people can't. And every time interest rates go up, more people are pushed to the margins. Every time inflation goes up and groceries cost a little bit more people are pushed to the margins. Other levels of government absolutely have a role to play in this, which is why our external lobby effort is robust. It involves myself, Councillor Frank, Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Rahman. We serve on external organizations. The number of times I've met with the Premier and a number of cabinet ministers on this, or senior federal ministers, they know what we're doing. We are aligned as municipalities. We are speaking with one voice, and we are trying to move all of these pieces forward in unison. So we got a lot of irons in the fire, and it's really easy to get confused with all of them. When you go to a session and people say, these depots, they're the hubs, right? No, they're not. The hub that's being called a hub on Queen Street, that's not a hub in the way that we're envisioning it. There is a lot of confusion out there, and so it is our job to do the best we can to separate these things, to communicate clearly, and to keep things on the go. And it's very difficult to do because we can't just stop, do one thing, make sure that's very clearly communicated, then do the next thing. We have to have all of these things going on at once. So I'm glad that the question was asked. I'm glad that we have some clarity on the population we're serving, where we're trying to get to on health and homelessness. Later tonight, we'll talk about a different piece. In the planning reports, we'll talk about a different piece. There's a lot of things we're doing all at once here to serve a common purpose, to get people the supports they need, to try to make housing options available, supports available, affordability, and help serve Londoners as best we can. But it is a very challenging job. And you're right, Councillor Lehman, we cannot do this alone. It requires a multitude of community partners, industry partners, and other levels of government. So thank you for the questions, and I just wanted to add that context.
And I'll turn the chair back to the mayor.
Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I thought I do have some comments for the encampment strategy, so I hope I don't overlap them, but just from some of the comments that I saw here today, I thought I should say.
Just so I'm clear, I know I touched on that, but we will have the encampment strategy report that's related to the depots in the CPSC. The health and homelessness item is before us.
I'm going to try not to touch the encampment strategy portion.
Sure. So
if I do,
you can talk about that later for sure.
I just wanted to make some comments for what I've seen. So yes, like we have all been to the door and during the election, and we all have heard that something needs to be done. What is working is not working. And what I've heard and what I've said myself before is the status quo is simply not working, and people are asking for something. Let's do something. So that's what we're doing with this new community system response. I've heard, will this work? I'm very hopeful that it will. I've been really studying it up as much as I can. I've been making a comparison on the system that exists right now and the system that is being developed right now, and there's big differences. So I have big faith that it will work. And I see that the hard work that staff is putting in and everybody who's sitting at all the tables and the experience and the expertise that's coming around, and I do see that there are some really good ideas coming to the table. We are still engaging the community as much as we can, specifically for the hubs on the implementation of it. And that just shows you of the pieces that we're trying to bring in, because we do recognize that we can't think of everything ourselves. Do we need our bigger government siblings to step in? Yes, we do. Can we wait for that? No, we can't wait. That's why we're taking the action that we are now. Hopefully, our government partners will see what we're doing and step in when they see our success. That's what I would say to that. And I also should say, there's two ways we can go about this as leaders. We can be leaders in front of our community, or we can be leaders behind our community. If our community doesn't understand, or there's confusion, or there's misstatements, or there's just anything that kind of confuses what it is that we're doing, because I have seen, this is the only place I'm gonna touch the service depots, but I have seen a lot of confusion between the service depots and the hubs. It's up to us to clarify that as much as we can. And a lot of these, a lot of this confusion can come up because of the speed that we're going at. I've heard the deputy mayor say this before, and I've said it myself, where we're traveling at light speed. Government doesn't travel this fast. And when we travel at this speed, because of the needs that we need to address right now, we do find ourselves sometime trying to get the message out, and it's difficult to have that message disseminate throughout the entire community. But we're trying our best to do that. I had my own community engagement session. That's another part. I'll touch on the encampment strategy, but I won't go any further. And just trying to do as much as I can to reach out to as many people as I can to really kind of let everyone know what's going on. But I would challenge everybody here just to remember that if you do have individuals coming to you, your constituents or anybody in the city, and they are coming at you asking questions that clearly show there's some confusion, I would say please take the hard move and try to clarify. Stand in front of them and try to tell them what it is that we're trying to do. Do not stand behind them and just egg them on, because as leaders, that is our role. We need to stand in front of our communities and show, even though there is fear and anxiety, and I totally get it, we need to show that this is something that we're trying to do. This is different, because, the alternative is do nothing. And that's not working, and everybody agrees. So we're trying to show that we're doing something and describe and explain what it is of the system that we're working on right now. So that's what I would say to my colleagues here. And I guess I'll speak more to the encampment strategy once we get to that.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Chair. And I would just like to say that I will support this because we've been working, or our staff has been working on it for a long time. And don't get me wrong, I would love us to have more details and be more even ahead of the game. But right now, this is going forward again. And to reiterate it has nothing to do with the encampments, which is coming up. This is the summits and the initiative our staff came up with. So as I said, would I love to have more information? Would I like to be faster? Absolutely, but I do want this to move forward. And I'm very interested on the July 19th, when we get the update during the SPPC. I do realize that it's going to be only the services and design. I would love to have the financials and sustainability as well, but I'm hoping that's going to be by the end of August. But I will be supporting this because I want this to move forward, and I want to hear the detailed suggestions from our staff. Thank you.
Councillor, I just want to correct one thing. You said July 19th, which was the original date. I don't know if everybody's seen the notification I sent around recently about creating a dedicated SPPC meeting on receiving that information for Monday, the 24th. which will allow that document to go on the regular agenda, gives councilors and the public more time with it. So just wanted to add that piece. So I appreciate that that was the date, but it's just a little bit further down and people will have a little bit more information with a little more time to work with it. Okay. Are there any other speakers on this? Okay, so the motion's been moved. I'm going to open the vote.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
And now, Your Worship, that brings us to the last item from the 18th SPPC. Item 13, this is 2.2 from the committee agenda, the Core Area Action Plan 2022 review.
Okay, that's on the floor. Comments on this? Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and through the chair. The Core Area Action Plan, it's interesting because the front cover of this says, making a difference. October 28th, 2019. We did not make a difference. And I understand, I've been told there's varying factors maybe as to why. But in the short 8 months that I've been here, there are so many plans and strategies. I love optimism, but optimism without facts is just wishful thinking. And I think it's a disservice to the people of London to continue to bring forward our plans, tick them off as complete, and congratulate ourselves. There are many of us who believe that our core area is entering a precipice. San Francisco is showing us where that can go. We talked about in our strategic plan our commitment to the core area, but we are not committed to results. And so I am going to vote no to receiving this update because it's a disservice to Londoners. It's a disservice to the people in the core area. I am going to change my tact a little bit in that I'm going to work with staff and try to, I'm going to be bringing forward motions to my fellow councillors over the next little bit to see how what can we do in the next few months, in the last 6 months of this plan. So that's going to be my shift. But I'm voting no because we got to be honest. We got to be honest with ourselves about what it is that we're creating or not creating. No blame, shame, or guilt. What are we going to do about it? And how are we going to move forward?
Okay, any other speakers? Okay, seeing none. Oh, Councillor Prebble, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I do believe that there is a lot of work ahead of us in terms of the Core Area Action Plan, and we need to coordinate it. And I said it at the last meeting when this was discussed. I believe that we are on a better track. And I do believe that the bottom step that we included now in the strategic plan, which we call implementation plan, is going to help us. Because I do think for the core area that we never honestly pinpointed out the biggest issues, and we never really went as far as implementation plan with the tactics, with people responsible, individuals responsible, and deadlines. So I do agree there's a lot of room for improvement. We need to address it, we need to attack it, and we got to look at within our own structure how we can get certain departments, certain individuals involved so we are more accountable and we need to deliver better results, no doubt. I do hear from some people that we have invested and we are doing a lot of things for downtown. Don't get me wrong, Dundas Place, and there have been investments. But again, on the other hand, that's a lot of things that they cost money, and we are spending taxpayers' money. But the hard work is actually how to make things work, how to make them happen, how to make people coming downtown, and the strategies, the implementation plan. So I do agree that we are very far from patting ourselves on our shoulders, that on our back, that we've done a great job. But on the other hand, I hope we will consider it. And again, now I would just repeat what I said last week or during the last meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, this is moved, and that exhausts the speakers list, so we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Pelosi. Final call for Pelosi. We will mark you absent. Closing the vote. Motion passes 12-1.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I suppose I will save for inquiries the question for Ms. Barbone if the budget would allow for a treadmill while I stand for 2 hours, and conclude the 18th report of the SPPC.
Thank you very much. I'll tell you about in my first term, a food truck debate and a taxi bylaw debate that I had to stand for what felt like a few days. On to the 10th report of the Planning and Environment Committee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to read this out before I continue on. It being noted that any and all written submissions relating to applications that were made to the planner on file, the Planning and Environment Committee, and to the Municipal Council, as well as oral submissions made at the public meeting held under the Planning Act, have been on balance taken into consideration by Council as part of its deliberations regarding these matters. So with that, I'd like to present the 10th meeting of the Planning Environment Committee. I have a request to pull item 5, 3.2. I have no other items requested to be pulled.
Okay, would anybody like anything else pulled? So right now it's just the community improvement plans item. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Worship. I would also ask that we pull item 4, 3.1 from the committee report 221 Queens Ave.
Okay. Anything else dealt with separately? So right now we've got 4 and 5 being dealt with separately. Okay, Councillor.
So then I'd like to put items 1 through 3 and 6 on the floor.
Okay, items 1 through 3 and 6 moved by the chair. Any discussion on those items? Okay, seeing none, we can open those items for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Thank you. Chair, I would now like to put the first item, poll number 4, regarding 221 Queens Avenue on the floor.
Okay, 4 is on the floor. I'll look for speakers to 4. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we had a debate about this at committee. We discussed the need for, when we're going to continue these extensions, looking for things like enhanced landscaping and things like that, and how we'd like to see a longer term use brought forward sooner than later. I've had an opportunity to hear from the applicant as well as consult with our planning staff briefly on this as well. Something that did not really come out in terms of the report, either from the applicant or in the staff report on this, is that this surface parking lot, which does serve One London Place, is not only at capacity in the zone 3-4, where we're running extremely high capacity anyway, but that these are monthly leased spaces that are not, when they're described as tenant spaces, they're not for tenants used to have customers come in. These are spaces used by employees as reserved parking, and that it's actually key control entry. So they're similar to what we would have here at City Hall. You have to tap to even have access. So this is a bit of a controlled lot. This is not a, you know, a surface parking lot where people just come and go for a couple hours at a time here and there. And then I also had an opportunity to consult with Ms. McNeely if we could direct somehow some landscape architect from our side to work with the applicant to have some enhancements. There is some streetscaping there already, but the addition of some native species to the streetscape and provide that little bit of enhanced screening from the street level pedestrian experience would be something that I could be supportive of in a 3-year renewal, so that their investment is a little bit longer term in terms of their enhanced landscaping. So I am going to encourage colleagues to consider defeating the committee recommendation, and if that is successful, I will put an alternate motion on the floor that essentially says the same thing, except it will extend it for 3 years and direct civic administration through our landscape architect and site plan approval to work with the applicant to enhance the streetscape screening with native plantings to make the streetscape a little more pedestrian friendly in terms of getting something right away that enhances the streetscape, rather than being in a situation where we're just gonna, it's been made very clear to me, we're just gonna be back here in a year asking for another extension, because until there's an option to accommodate those reserved parking spaces elsewhere for the applicant, they're going to continue to seek a renewal. So if that's the case, I'd prefer to get the landscaping enhancements done in a renewal now, rather than wait a year and do it when they come back.
Deputy Mayor, small challenge with that, and I'll look for a seconder in a second. I may not be able to allow you to do what you're doing. There isn't a bylaw the other way prepared for council, and I'm unsure on if the changes that you're looking to incorporate would require incorporation into a bylaw. So I need to go to our staff to see, because if you want to do that, you may have to refer it back to committee to prepare the proper bylaw rather than try to make the change here. So let me just do that. Once we understand what's before us, then I'll look for a seconder. So I'm going to go to staff to see if this would be incorporated into a new bylaw, because the clerks right now don't have an alternate 3-year extension bylaw prepared at this moment that might not envision the way that you want to incorporate these changes into it. I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's correct. We don't have a bylaw ready for the 1 year and not the 3 years.
So that's information for you. You may want to refer this back with that intention rather than, and then once referred back, the committee could change, defeat, adjust, change it back to 3 years, there's lots of options before you, but you don't necessarily have to defeat it here. If you want to refer back, referral to would take precedent. So.
And that is actually very helpful information, Your Worship, and I'm happy then, having shared my comments, I'm going to move a referral back to the Planning and Environment Committee, as well as with some direction to Civic Administration to work with the applicant to return with an enhanced landscaping plan when that returns to the Planning and Environment Committee, so that the committee can consider that as part of its deliberations.
Okay, we're working on that. Is there a seconder for that? Again, I'm going to put the language up because we're at council. I want to make sure everybody's crystal clear on the language. So I've got a seconder in Councillor Stevenson. And now that people understand what we're doing, this is a referral. Referral takes precedent. We'll deal with the referral and we can speak to the referral. So I'll look for speakers now. Councillor Stevenson and then Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. I just want to thank the Deputy Mayor. I'm really happy to hear this. I was going to speak on this anyway. I was not happy with this 1 year when our core area looks the way that it does. I mean, like, we cannot have high expectations for others when we're doing this. And so I think being kind and thankful and grateful for the people who have stuck with us downtown, who run businesses, who are keeping their employees there. I am very, very happy to support the 3-year term and am very grateful for that business in our downtown.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. I had more points to discuss, but all I will do at this time is ask my colleagues to refer it back to the committee, and I will talk to it back more into the committee instead of taking more time now. Thank you.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I was happy with the committee's recommendation to go 1 year, but I will support the referral back. I think there's something to be said about working with the applicant. I do have concerns when we do these 1 year extensions for some, and for others we don't. And I really appreciate Sifton's comments about the temporary use zone, that it should be applied to all downtown landowners for surface commercial parking lots. So if this is referred back, I would like to work with staff to see how we can incorporate that 1 year extension, having that fairness with everyone in the downtown area, looking at parking lots, looking at other plans that we have in the downtown core, incorporating it and having a plan moving forward. So with that, I will be supporting the referral back.
Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not necessarily a fan of surface level parking lots, and I thought that the recommendation and vote at committee was appropriate for what our stance is now. But I just wanted to, before considering the alternative, go to staff and maybe request if you can outline the reason for the recommendation for the 1 year, just one more time.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through Your Worship, the rationale for and the recommendation from staff is really to get the conversation going in terms of starting to build a strategy towards what that future parking lot would look like. And it has been close to 28 years. With the extra 3 years, it'd be another 30 years. So it doesn't meet necessarily the policy framework from that perspective. And we recognize that there are changes within the downtown, so now would be the time to start having that conversation.
Thank you. That's good for me. Thank you.
Councillor Trosal.
Thank you very much, and through the chair, I'm not going to support the referral back. I think the staff report got it right, and I support the staff report. We don't like the way downtown looks, so we're going to extend surface parking lots. That is just counterintuitive to me, because I think one of the biggest problems with the way downtown looks is because we have so many surface parking lots, and we just cannot keep renewing these. One technical question I have is in terms of the 1 year extension. If we approve this tonight, the 1 year extension speaks as of the date of the bylaw, which would be today, right?
I don't have the bylaw right in front of me, but maybe the staff who have it pulled up can let me know the effective date of the bylaw.
Through you, Your Worship, yes, the bylaw would be established based on the timeline of the council approval, recognizing that the current bylaw in place lapses August 25th.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful, also through the chair. So if we refer this back, essentially, we're giving a much longer extension. And explain if that's wrong, because it would go back through the staff, it would come back to planning, and it would come to this council, which if the 1 year extension was passed, would trigger the running of the 1 year. So basically, well, let me ask, is that reasoning correct?
Go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, it would allow us for that year of conversation with the property owner to determine what those next steps would be.
Well, through the chair, but that year would start to run at a later date, correct?
Yeah, I think if I can help, the councillor's asking for the difference between kind of the effective dates of the bylaw. So we passed the 1 year extension tonight, as is the committee's recommendation. When does the year clock start ticking? If we refer it back and come back and say, we want to do the same thing, when would the year clock start ticking in that scenario?
Your Worship, it would be effective at the day of the passing of this bylaw, and that's when the clock starts ticking. If they bring it back in a year's time, it could be before that at any time.
Okay, thank you through the chair, but if we don't pass a bylaw tonight, the 1 year doesn't start ticking. So I'm absolutely even more opposed to this, and I suppose we could ameliorate this by saying in a separate motion that the 1 year starts ticking tonight in any event, and that conversation could go on. But I think the staff report just got it right, and we need to do something about the problem of the proliferation of surface parking lots downtown. And this is in my view and in the view of many others, the worst possible land use. We've got too many of them, and we need to control this. So I'm just prepared to support the staff report this evening. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, this is on the referral back to staff. I just want to have the language pulled up. It's in eScribe, so just to the mover and the seconder, if you could just refresh your screens and read it, make sure you're okay with it before I call the vote. And of course, other colleagues, to know what you're voting on, should take a look as well. Mover's okay, seconder, you're okay with the way it's worded? Okay. All right, so moved and seconded, it's in there. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote. Motion carries 10-3.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I'd like to put the final item for the 10th meeting, item number 5, 5-year review, community improvement plans and financial incentive programs on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. Speakers to that. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, we had a nice debate about CIPs at PEC, and I had made some efforts to address some of the use of CIPs and ensure that we have more affordable units going in with the introduction of mandatory minimums, which was a discussion that we had. But since then, having chatted with some colleagues and the mayor, hoping to bring forward an amendment that looks at having staff directed to look at opportunities to include affordable housing units. We know that staff already have this on their work plan, but this was to provide further direction to specific areas, including but not limited to the introduction of mandatory minimums, and then options to include units in existing buildings. So I'd like to make a motion to add this amendment to this item.
Yes, so that's an amendment I'm willing to second because I wrote the letter with you. So we'll be on the amendment now. If since Councillor Frank didn't read out the amendment, I'm just going to read it out. I know it's on the added agenda, but not everybody at home reads the added agenda. So that Civic Administration be directed to review the existing and consider in future housing-related CIPs opportunities to include and incentivize the creation of affordable units, including but not limited to A, the introduction of mandatory minimums to access CIP funds, and B, options to include units in existing buildings. It being noted that changes to provincial legislation on affordable housing necessitates a review of the existing financial incentive programs, being further noted that staff will report back no later than Q2 2024. So that's the amendment to the motion as before us. We'll keep the debate on the amendment. I'll look for speakers. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Yes. I'm going to be very brief. Yes.
Yes, I'll just let you know, Councillor Ferrer was asking about an amendment that he wanted to bring forward that he circulated. That's not specific to this part of the motion, so he'll be able to make that amendment once we've dealt with this one. It's not an amendment to the amendment, it's actually a different piece. So Councillor will let you deal with that at the time. I'm just going to speak briefly to this. Councillor Pribble, will you take the chair?
Yes, I will. And Mayor is on my list.
Thank you. We'll see if we can get everybody standing at once here. First off, I want to thank Councillor Frank for working with me on this motion. I know I spoke against the original motion that she brought forward at committee. For me, it was too specific and didn't give us the opportunity to integrate some of the changes that are being made at the provincial level. But I absolutely do support the idea that we need to find as many ways as possible to incorporate affordable units into our incentive programs. By doing this, we are giving staff the time, direction, and runway to look at a number of options that can generate more units in there. We're also giving staff the ability to incorporate what are some existing changes to the provincial legislation that kind of adjust the way that our incentive programs, particularly the financial ones, work because of the provincial waiving of certain types of DCs, some of which are defined, some of which aren't finally defined yet when you get into affordable and attainable. So this is an important direction for us to stake out our ground to say we're committed to looking at ways to incorporate affordable units into the work that we're doing if you're accessing our financial programs, but the leeway with staff to figure out how to make this work best with the existing programs and the provincial changes. Another piece in there is an option that I want colleagues to know. The option to include units in existing buildings. This is something that council has had the ability through bonusing to toy around with, and it can be successful. In other words, if a developer has an existing building and they want to pitch another one, there's an option here where you can get affordable units sooner in an existing building right away at the time of the pulling of the building permit, rather than have to wait for that construction to come to fruition. We've all seen some approvals done that include affordable units that have yet to come to fruition. And I think that can be frustrating. So I think having staff investigate other options to bring units forward sooner and in more ways, I think that's also something that staff can look into. And again, all of this will come back for our decision. So I want to thank Councillor Frank for working on this with me, and I hope colleagues will support this amendment.
And I'm going to chair back to the mayor.
Any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I just wanted to say thank you to both of you. I think this is a much bigger deal than the feeling I'm getting from the room right now, just to really kind of emphasize that this is a very big deal. We're tying in the affordable units with the CIP, so that's something that I'm very excited about. So I do want to say thank you to Councillor Frank and to the mayor, and just everybody just realize how big of a move this is right now. So I do hope that everybody supports it, and I do too.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I just want to follow up after Councillor Ferrer's comments. It is a big deal, and I really want to thank Councillor and the Mayor for broadening the conversation. I really do think it's important as a municipality we give direction, in particular to the province, the need to hear what's going on in our municipalities, and the need to have those extra tools available to us for affordability. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Pribble?
Thank you, Chair, and I will support this motion as well, and thank you for bringing it up. But I have a question kind of when we talk about the affordable units, and I have a question actually to the staff. And in 2017, when we did the CIPs and we had the two triangles with the tax increment starting high to low, and then we had the remainder from low to high, and it was a 10-year kind of a 10-year model. And my question is, did we ever, because I'm a big supporter of deeply affordable housing units tremendously. In terms of the affordable housing units, not with this motion, but my question is this, did we ever approach, I'll step back, Bill 23 changed this. Before Bill 23, we had the bonusing, and we went to the community and we said to the developers that for certain exceptions, we can allow you to you need to deliver a certain number of units. Did we ever consider starting a certain fund, and instead of doing the affordable units, and I know Bill 23 doesn't kind of allow it, but on the other hand, we can still approach the industry. So my question to the staff is, did we ever consider any fund instead of waiting these 5, 10, 15, 20 years if these affordable units will ever happen, instead of going something with this model for the developers, so we have actually money to spend as soon as possible on the deeply affordable housing units? Thank you.
Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair. So previously when we had the bonusing availability, it wasn't a concern because we were able to have this opportunity for if we provide more height or different opportunities for the developer, then we could get affordable housing. So previously that wasn't considered. However, through the what's recommended as part of the CIP report, it's going to open up the ability to consider that for different types of developments. So that is absolutely an option that would be on the table. And there would also be other ways that we could try to provide incentives. One is through our Rethink Zoning, that we're looking at opportunities to be able to provide incentives for affordable housing, but that is on the table for consideration as far as as part of these reports, and that would be coming forward related to the new CIPs.
Perfect, thank you, and I'm glad it's going to be considered, and I hope the proposal is going to come to the council or to the committee as well, so we can look at the cost, the benefits of it, and potentially, and I do understand that developers, it's that they would be willing to, that we cannot press it on them, push it on them, but I'm glad to hear that, because that potentially might be a better model for us, and we can have more deeply affordable housing units, which we need greatly as well. Thank you.
Okay, I have no other speakers on the amendment, and this is just on the amendment to add in, moved by Councillor Frank, seconded by me. Okay, we'll open that for voting on the amendment.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Okay, so now we have a motion that needs to be moved as amended. Councillor Lehman, are you still willing to move it?
I'll put that on the floor.
Okay, I need a seconder because it's as amended. Councillor Hopkins. Yes, go ahead.
Councillor Ferrer, I believe, had another amendment.
Yep, I just have to put the amended motion on the floor for him to be able to now amend it. So the as amended motion is on the floor. For further possible amendments, Councillor Ferreira, you're on the list.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I circulated something earlier today with Councillor Lewis. I did see that his signature was not on that, so I just wanted to look at Councillor Lewis that he's still seconding that. Okay. So I'm just looking to amend the downtown CIP boundary just to include 206 Piccadilly Street, and I feel that including this location for the business that's operating there would fit very well into our strategic plan, specifically making London a more sustainable city, reducing food waste, and supporting small and growing businesses. So I was just hoping that I could get your support for that.
Okay, then willing to second? Okay. To the mover and seconder, what part of the clause are you trying to amend this into, just so we can figure out where to land it in this direction? As you can tell, this is a very long clause. There's like it's a few pages long. So we just, because this is council, it's important for us to land this in the right spot.
Your worship, if I can assist, and I believe the intent is to land this as a new clause after clause XIX.
Yeah, we're looking at
where-
DXXI right now. Is that where you are?
That's where I am, yes,
Okay.
in the same spot there.
You get like 7 clerk points for landing in the same spot as the clerks. Okay, so that's where we're gonna land it. So that, just an important technical piece, because it is a motion of council, so we need to make sure it's right. So that's moved and seconded, and I'll start debate on this piece. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Worship. I'm, again, going to be brief, maybe not quite as brief as yes on the last one. But Councillor Ferreira had wanted to make a change to the CIP area at the Planning Committee. He wasn't able to stay and provide his comments because he had another commitment. And so we did not do anything with it, but I had the opportunity to discuss this with him one-on-one. I think this is very similar to the changes that we've made in the 2 prior clauses where specific properties are being amended into the OEV and the Hamilton Road community improvement plans. This is contiguous with the existing CIP for the core area. It's one property on the other side of the line. The original suggestion at the committee was for the street, and once we identified that this was a specific property next door to properties that are already eligible, I was happy to work with the councillor to pull this together and support this. So that's why I'm willing to second this for him.
Any other speakers to this amendment, on the amendment? Okay, I don't see anyone, so let's vote on the amendment.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Chair.
So I will move the amended motion.
So it's as amended again, because it's been amended. So another seconder for that. I'll look to someone who wants a second. Councillor McAllister. Any debate on what is now the twice amended clause in its totality? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Cuddy? Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. That concludes the 10th report. I'd like to move on to the 11th. Report of the Planning Environment Committee. I've only had item 6 requests to be pulled. The rest, without further requests, I'd like to put on the floor.
Yeah, Councillor Van Meerbergen, you'd like something else dealt with separately?
If I could request number 10, 3.4 be pulled, please.
Okay, so that's 6 and 10 dealt with separately. Anyone else want something separately from? Yeah, there's a technical amendment to number 7, so we'll pull that separately as well. That was circulated on a pre-amendment sheet. So 6, 7, and 10 dealt with separately. I don't see anybody adding anything else. Chair, I'll let you make a motion.
So I would like to put all the items excluding 6, 7, and 10 on the floor. I'll move those.
Okay, moved by the chair. Any discussion on all items with the exception of 6, 7, and 10? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
I would now like to put number 6, which is 2.3, request for heritage destination, 599 to 601 Richmond Street on the floor.
Okay, so that's item 6, 599, 601 Richmond Street on the floor. Comments or discussion on this? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I did ask for this to be pulled. I did not support the recommendation coming out of the committee, which was to, I guess, refuse the request for demolition, which was staff's recommendation. And this came to us right at the end of the meeting. It was a long, long meeting, and I was surprised why we would not do that. So that's where I'd like to start off with. There are 3 buildings that were surveyed, and it just speaks to 599 and 601. And I know there's a part behind 599 that we're not considering. So through you, Your Worship, maybe to get some clarification from staff, I'll go to staff with the first question around the buildings, what was looked at and what are we designating?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, that's correct. The building at 599 and 601, the front portion along Richmond Street are the buildings that we're looking to have designated under the Ontario Heritage Act. The ancillary building in the rear, we'll say the parking lot area, did not meet the merits for designation, and they're not being recommended.
So with that, I would like to, ask council to really understand what we right now are going to be looking at as a heritage potential designation. And it is really about the streetscape along Richmond Street, looking at just the front portions, 599 and 601. That is the request for designation. When you look at the criteria, there's 9 criterias. It meets 3 of them. It only has to meet 2. And if you look at the cultural heritage evaluation, the property, why it meets the criteria is around the design, the physical value, because it is rare, unique, representative of early examples and styles of types of expression, material and construction. But the second criteria, which I think is really important, is the property has contextual value because it is important to defining, maintaining, or supporting the character of an area. And Richmond Street does have a lot of character. It's got a lot of heritage. And as we designate the front of these 2 buildings, the top portion of the 2 buildings, I really do think it has great value to the streetscape. The other thing I want to mention too is there is a proposal for a development, and if you look at the work within that application that is going to be happening behind the building, it's a 12-story, it does take into account the developer's mitigation and measures to protect that building as well. So I'm not exactly sure. I'm waiting to hear from my colleagues reasons why we would not do that, but I am hoping you will defeat the recommendation coming out of committee. And if you do, I will put forward staff's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers to this item? Chair Lehman?
Yeah, I'll speak to why I didn't support this recommendation. At committee, I referenced the consultant's report, the number of reasons why it didn't meet heritage standards, and I'll, to this purpose, I'll use our staff's report. There are 9 points where they try to, where if you meet these points, they're used to decide if it should be designated. 1 point, the property has design or physical value because it displays a high degree of craftsmanship or artistic merit. No. The property has design or physical value because it demonstrates a high degree of technical or scientific achievement. No. The property has historical associative value because it's direct associations with a theme, event, belief, person, activity, organization, or institution that is significant to a community. No. The property has historical or associative value because it yields or it has a potential to yield information that contributes to an understanding of a community or culture. No. The property has historical associative value because it demonstrates or reflects the work or ideas of an architect, artist, builder, designer, or theorist who is significant to a community. No. Finally, the property has a contextual value because it is a landmark. No. This building's an old building. I think that's the reason why maybe some are considering it should be protected. What it will do is it will tie the hands of anyone who looks to improve on this building. And you know, there's many possibilities along Richmond Street that could improve the landscape of Richmond Street. I think you can go down to that really unique residential tower down closer to Kent Street with David E. White in a beautiful shop below and a beautiful space out in front. That would not have been able to have been done if it was a heritage property protected. So I didn't support it committee. I will support the committee recommendation that we refuse heritage designation.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Trostow and then Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I want to support what, through the chair, I'd like to support what Councillor Hopkins said. It's important that we maintain like some sense of streetscape. That's what I was talking about with the bridge earlier. And yes, it's an old building. That's usually the case with heritage designated buildings. I just think that I think what's at root here is it will tie the hands of a potential developer. And I think it's unfortunate if we start to see heritage preservation, especially in our downtown, especially in our downtown. If we start to see that as an impediment to economic development, to the betterment of downtown. And I really think it's creating a false narrative in terms of one versus the other. So I just want to make it clear that I want to go back to the original staff recommendation. And I support what Councillor Hopkins and Councillor Frank said regarding the designation. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. So I'm going to be supporting the committee recommendation as well. I'm not going to repeat everything that Councillor Lehman read out. But ultimately, whether or not we seek a Part 4 heritage designation is a choice of this council. Because it meets 3 of the 9 criteria doesn't mean we have to pursue it. It means it's eligible to be pursued. But the decision still rests with us. And in some cases, there are buildings that are worth being preserved for future generations, absolutely. Earlier this month, I was happy to be at a celebration where the Clark House in Ward 2 was designated. Very worthy of that designation. But just because something is old doesn't mean that it needs to have a Part 4 heritage designation. I want to remind people, you know, we are talking right now about economic development and housing and all those other things, the core area action plan. If you think that a heritage designation can't be an impediment to downtown renewal, I would challenge you to go over to King Street, where there is a white building that is only held up by scaffolding because a prior council determined that it should have heritage designation. It's a prime spot where we could have had a housing development move forward. And now I will say at the time, as a private citizen, I also didn't agree with supporting a demolition permit because there was no plan for a redevelopment at that time. But if a plan were to come forward right now, it frankly probably isn't something that can be done because of the cost of that facade. And that building is falling apart, and it will continue to fall apart through demolition by neglect until it is nothing but rubble. And then at some point, maybe we will see a tower that provides housing rise there. Maybe we will see ground floor commercial space there. But it doesn't mean that, you know, there is a building that automatically has to be preserved just because it's part of the streetscape today. Neighborhoods have to be allowed to change and grow as a city grows. There are buildings that are absolutely worthy of a Part 4 designation, but it is a judgment call. And even when you look at some of the criteria that are recited in this report, whether you look at the consultants or the staff's report, these are subjective opinions. They are based on some professional accreditation on both sides, yes, but they are still pretty subjective in their approach. So I am not going to be supportive of just designating a building as a Part 4 heritage because it meets 2 or 3 criteria. If this checked off 7 or 8 of the 9 boxes, that becomes a much easier decision. But I know that we have also a clock ticking on the cultural registry. So there are other buildings that need to be evaluated as well because of changes to Bill 23. For me, this one just doesn't meet the smell test. It's just that simple. This is not worthy of the Part 4 heritage designation in my judgment, and that's why I'll be supporting the committee's recommendation.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I'll be going with Councillor Hopkins on this one. I think staff have brought us a good application. They've engaged the work of a consultant. They're the expert in this field, and I think staff are as well. So I personally will be following their recommendation if we are able to defeat this one, because I do think that staff, as the Deputy Mayor have said, they're on a timeline. So I think that they are trying to prioritize and deliver us applications, and this one is ready to go for approval. So I think that if we approve it, then they are able to free up their time and move on to the next one. This one, the work has already been done. They have encouraged us to designate heritage, so I'll be supporting the staff recommendation and voting against the committee one.
Any other speakers? So I was asked by sorry, I was asked by Councillor Hopkins if she can sum up, and for colleagues who were on council the last term, that was something that the previous mayor allowed a lot. You'll notice I haven't allowed that. That's because I read the procedure bylaw, and the way that it works is speaking only once. The exception is called reply. So it says a member shall not speak more than once to any motion unless otherwise decided by a majority vote of members present. But a member who has made a motion shall be allowed to reply for a maximum of 5 minutes. And in the note under what that is this is only my version. Yes. Oh, the context of that is to explain a material part of their speech where you may have been misquoted or misunderstood. So if you've made a motion and through the course of the debate, someone has misrepresented your approach or your words or your intent, you can reply. But I don't want to get into what we did last term, which is everybody makes a case, there's a debate, then the person wants to sum up and goes back to it. So Councillor Hopkins, if you have something to add through a reply that would explain a material part of your motion or speech which may have been misquoted or misunderstood, I'm happy to allow that.
Thank you, Your Worship, for allowing me to.
Yes? True. Actually, Councillor Lehman made the motion. You're right. The point of order is Councillor Lehman made the motion, and Councillor Hopkins did not. So although that was a really great explanation of me and how I would approach reply in the future, I can't let a member speak twice unless council wants to, by motion, allow for it. So that's where we are. I'm going to be consistent. Councillor Ferreira. You want to move to allow the councillor to speak twice? Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Trossau. So this is a vote. So it's silent on the debatability of this, so I'll allow debate. So the motion is to allow the councillor to speak twice. Any question? Okay, so we'll have a vote on that. This is a motion to allow Councillor Hopkins to speak twice. Okay, that's open for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 8-5.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to reply. And all I want to say is that a request for heritage designation is not an impediment to development. I went to the Ontario Heritage Conference that we held in the city a few weekends ago, and as I was walking down Dundas and Richmond, I looked at the heritage and the new buildings going up, and it really does say something to the quality of our heritage and the development that's going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, so the committee recommendations on the floor. We've had debate. I'll open that for voting. Councillor Trossau?
We're voting not on the staff report, but on the refusal.
We're voting on the committee's recommendation, which is what the committee recommended, which is the refusal.
Closing the vote, motion carries 8-5.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you. The only other item is number 7, and as we've had in the past, there's a small housekeeping amendment that needs to be done. We have the amendment sheet in front of us. The rationale is that the previously considered bylaw map inadvertently included the hydro corridor to the west of the property in the hatching. So I would like to make that amendment.
Okay, so the chair put the original on the floor and then added the technical amendment that was circulated by staff. There's a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Cuddy, any discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting. We're voting on the technical amendments that were circulated by staff because it's just some wording that needed to be changed in the bylaw. Either use your mic or do it in the system.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Chair?
I apologize, Your Worship.
We need as amended first.
Oh, sorry, I'll move that as amendment.
Okay, seconder for the as amended motion. Councillor Ferreira. Any discussion on the motion as amended? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Purple. Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Apologize again. You think I get used to these housekeeping amendments. I hadn't circled 10 that had requested to be pulled, so I would like to put number 10 dealing with 755, 785, and 815 Wonderland Road South on the
Yes, and Councillor Van Meerbergen asked that to be dealt with separately. I'll go to him. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. The number 10, 3.4, it applies to the proposed redevelopment of Westmount Mall and the property around it, namely the parking lot, which is a fairly sizable space. It's a very aggressive plan. It is certainly one that could keep Westmount Mall obviously very viable for decades to come. But the immediate neighbors are very, very close by this property, literally across a small street on both, on two of the sides. Their concern, and frankly the concern even further down, is it looks like there's going to be significant pile driving for the plan that's being considered. And I'd like to ask staff, number one, is that a legitimate concern? And number two, are there ways to mitigate that, and that the city could make sure that the construction is somehow mitigated from doing damage from the vibration from pile driving to these homes?
Sorry, I'll go to staff. Go ahead, Mr. Mathers.
For sure. Through your worship, so we have no information currently on the actual construction methods or how they're going to construct these buildings. And for the most part, private construction, that is something that is undertaken by the owner, so that it's their responsibility to ensure that that is done in a way that's not going to impact their neighboring properties. And we wouldn't have any jurisdiction to require studies under the Ontario Building Code through the building permit process. If this is something that council wants to have, ensure that there's some consideration taken for, there would be the ability to add in a note to the approval authority to consider noise or a vibration study, if that's something that council wants to proceed with.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mathers. So what you're suggesting, or what you've just added in terms of information, would this be the appropriate time, or could we do it at another? Sorry.
Through your worship, this would be to add to this recommendation, to be noted that as part of this site plan, that there would be an application, as part of that application review process, that the site plan approval authority would consider and request a submission of a noise and vibration study by an accredited professional. That would be a way to deal with it. It would need to be in this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers. If I could, with this it being noted, would that require a motion?
Yes, and it being noted clause would require a motion, yes.
So if I could move that particular motion, unfortunately I don't have the exact wordage or verbiage.
We need a little bit of wording, Mr. Mathers. I don't know if you've got some that aligns with what you and the council were talking about.
So we have sent to the clerk some wording to that effect.
Very efficient, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor, while we get that up.
It's still in regard to this development. Could we do something similar with a shadow study? Because apparently there are no shadow studies that have been done up to this point. If we could maybe do that as well, another it being noted.
Through your worship, if that's something that council would like to proceed with, that this is the time to do it, and you would do it in the same fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers.
Yeah, so that one we don't have language for, and if you want them both together, we should probably touch that up. If you want to deal with, well, they should be both together, because you're going to move an amendment, you may as well move them both. Okay, give us a 1 sec, Councillor. So just to proceed things along, we're getting the language up, but essentially the it being noted amendment that the council is trying to make is to add a vibration and a shadow study.
One for the plow driving vibrations and one for the.
Yes, so I'll look for a seconder for that. Yes, Councillor Lehman has a seconder. I'm going to proceed with debate while we get the language up, just to be for a little bit of efficiency here. But I won't pull the vote until people can see it. So that's been moved and seconded. I'll go to debate on the amendment, which is the addition of an it being noted clause. Councillor Lehman.
Yeah, I spoke to one of Councillor Van Meerberg's constituents today, actually. Sorry, I see Mr. Mathers. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. And yeah, she expressed concerns. Unfortunately, the owner of the mall would not meet with the neighborhood to discuss their plans. And if they had, I'm sure this type of arrangement would have been included in the discussion. And that's one of the downfalls. We can't force a town hall or a neighborhood meeting, but boy, do we ever try to encourage them, just so we don't go through this at council. So this had been experienced in previous construction there at Westmount, and hence I think they have very valid concerns. So I will support this amendment.
Okay, any other speakers on the amendment? Okay, I'm going to read out the wording just so people know exactly what the amendment is. You can see it in eScribe, but let me just read it out for those who can't see this. That clause 3.4 be amended by adding the following at the end of the clause. It being noted that the following site plan matters have been raised through the application review process for consideration by the site plan approval authority. A, submission of a noise and vibration study certified by an accredited professional, and B, submission of a shadow study. Okay, moved and seconded. I see no further debate. We'll vote on the amendment.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-1.
I will put the motion as amended on the floor.
Okay, I need a seconder for the as amended motion. I need a sec, yeah, okay. Councillor Van Meerbergen is seconding the as amended motion. So on the motion as amended, any debate, further discussion? Councillor Ferreira, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I have concerns with this development because from what I have read, it is not conforming with the London plan as it stands right now. As we saw in that correspondence from the London Downtown BIA, I totally support what the BIA is saying. I feel like that size of office space out in the suburban area is just beyond the measure that what we're trying to achieve here, especially when we're trying to bring workers and office space back to the downtown area. So I am not in support of this proposal or this plan, and I would be voting against the recommendation here.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to be pretty brief again on this one. I'm going to say the same thing I said at committee. I'm voting no because I think that the applicant's ask is too much, but the staff recommendation doesn't get us to where we need to be either. I understand that this is already under appeal at OLT, and so I guess it will be sorted out there, but I'm not going to support one side or the other, although I was happy to support Councillor Van Meerbergen's request, particularly on the vibration. I don't think this application has landed properly either side, so that's why I'm going to be a no.
Okay, I have Councillor Van Meerbergen, and I'll just note, he has not spoken to the as amended motion. No, this is a new motion because it's as amended, so you get to speak.
I just wanted to make the point, I'm sensitive to Councillor Ferreira's point there, but my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's only 2,000 square meters, even though the request was 30,000. So Just to answer Councillor Ferreira's point, the office space is quite minimal in this particular proposal that's before us right now. So it really won't compete with the downtown core.
Councillor Lehman on the as amended motion.
I just want some clarification from staff. Like, this is under appeal at the OLT. Staff is not we're not recommending approved zoning here. What we're doing is we're saying we don't agree with the zoning as planned and is being objected to at OLT because I think we were past the time constraint. So let's say if we support staff's recommendation here, does that give license to staff to work with the developer? If the developer meets the staff outline, would he get the rezoning based on this vote, or would it come back to us for the final approval?
Go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, this decision point is to bring a decision from council back to the OLT. The reason being is we haven't had that deliberation yet through the council process. The zoning bylaw was appealed for non-decision. So there was 3 recommendations we could approve. Council could approve the applicant's requested amendment, this alternative, or something else. And this is the recommendation that staff are putting forward.
Follow-up. So, getting back to my original question, if we approve staff recommendation tonight, is there a possibility that this parcel of land would be rezoned based on staff's amendments to what the original mall owner has put forward?
Through you, Your Worship, again, this would be, the OLT would make that final determination. They would have what the staff recommendation, what the staff would be giving their evidence on at the OLT, and the applicant can also provide their evidence, and ultimately it's the OLT that will decide the outcome.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I apologize. This is a fairly significant development proposal we have in front of us. I thought we were doing is this is at OLT, and the applicant has brought it there because of no decision. Should the OLT agree with the applicant that you're right, then he can go ahead essentially with what he has proposed, even though it goes against London Plan policy. What is the risk to that decision if we go with no recommendation, if we do not go with the staff recommendation, we don't go with the mall owner's plans? Where does that put us with the OLT? Are we in danger of the OLT siding with the owner because we don't have an alternative?
Yes, I have Mr. Mathers. I know I also have Mr. Card too.
Yeah, through your worship, that would be a great question for our legal staff because they can talk about what the implications might be. So very.
Mr. Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. The OLT makes its decisions on the evidence that it hears. So it is not able to punish people or councils for not offering input. But in the absence of evidence that supports a particular position, one might expect that the OLT would favor the position that is supported by evidence. So in a case where a council decision is contrary to the recommendation of staff, the OLT may be asked to receive evidence from members of staff under summons. And those members of staff under summons would be testifying along the lines of the written reports they have provided. So there isn't any automatic penalty, but it's up to a party to introduce evidence at the hearing that supports its position. I think that would be the answer to the councillor's question, Your Worship.
Thank you. One final question. If the OLT would rule against the mall owner, would staff then, would it go back to zero? Would a new application have to be submitted by the mall owner, and would that come through the appropriate committee?
Ms. McNeely.
Through you, Your Worship, at the end of the day, the board would have, the OLT would have the final decision. But if they support the evidence provided by the planner bringing forward and the council recommendation, that would be the final outcome.
I apologize, Chair. I'm still not clear where to go.
Mr. Card has his hand up too, I think, to add just a context to that question for you. So, Mr. Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. There isn't any finality to these matters from the standpoint that an applicant can always reflect on the OLT decision and submit a new application. There isn't any legislation that prevents that. So, I mean, if you submit the same application, it's open to the OLT to advise an applicant that this is an abusive process and terminate the proceedings. But generally speaking, you know, these things are not final. So if an owner doesn't like an outcome, there's not really any effective means of appealing that outcome, but you can submit another application.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not going to be supporting this. It's this is too big an application. There's been no proper public discourse, in my view, with or without the owner of the mall. This is a fairly major. It reminds me of what was done on the Gateway, Wellington Gateway. It impacts neighborhoods, Wonderland Road, so many areas. It's a it could be a decade-long type of project. So I feel uncomfortable supporting something that I honestly feel hasn't been vetted. So I will not support it.
Councillor Pribble.
So the chair, to the staff, and I just want to make sure that I understand, because we had a lengthy conversation during the last meeting, and according to my notes, staff came to us and they wanted three directions of three: either support, refuse, or modify. These were the three kind of the directions you were looking for. And at the meeting level, because again, overwhelming development, and as well the 30,000 square meters, and I was the one who mentioned, let's not come up with the number, let's look at a bigger strategy. And it was defeated and supported the staff decision. Can you just verify that everything I said is correct, or am I wrong somewhere? Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, you're correct. There were the three decision points: either support the applicant recommendation, the staff recommendation, or an alternative modification. And the public participation meeting that we had was for that conversation, so to hear the public input. And those matters would be considered as part of the OLT.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any other speakers to this? Yes, so Okay, so the mover and the seconder have said they don't support the motion as amended now. So because the motion is on the committee's floor, I'm going to just seek consent from the group to allow them to withdraw the motion. I think we need to decide on this, so I'm willing to take over either the moving or the seconding of it so we can make a decision. But just if there's consent to allow the mover and the seconder to move off of the motion, if everybody's okay with that? Okay. So I need a new mover and a seconder for the as amended motion. Councillor Frank and Councillor Hopkins are willing to move and second the as amended motion. Okay, so that doesn't mean everybody gets a new round of speaking. So if you spoke to the as amended motion, you don't get to speak again. Is there anyone else who needs to speak to this? Okay, all right, then we have a mover and a seconder. We'll open this for voting. So this is the as amended motion.
Closing the vote, motion fails 6-7.
Okay, so the committee's recommendation is defeated. Back to you, Councillor.
Thank you. I believe that's all the items. I would just like to say, if you allow me, Chair, this committee and this council have rezoned a lot of properties in the first half of the year. And those properties have the potential for 1,400 units. So there's site plans, there's building permits, lots of things that go into getting residential units up, but we're making headway to our long-term goal. So I just want to bring that to the council's attention. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes that committee report. Good news, we've been here a while. I ordered pizza, so we should probably take a break and let people have a rest and have some food. So I'll look for a 25-minute recess. So moved. Moved by Councillor Trosas, seconded by Councillor Lewis. All those in favor by hand of 25 minutes?
That motion carries.
be seated. Okay, so we're on item 8.6, which is the 12th report of the Corporate Services Committee. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have not been made aware of anything that members want pulled to be dealt with separately, so I would seek any requests for that now. Otherwise, I'm prepared to move the full report, which was supported, all the items were supported at committee.
Okay, anybody want anything dealt with separately from 12th report of Corporate Services Committee? Okay, seeing none, go ahead.
Then I will put the whole report, 1 through 8, on the floor.
Okay, that motion is moved by the chair. Any discussion on those items? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting. We're voting on items 1 through 8 of Corporate Services Committee. Councillor Trosa.
Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 13-0.
Okay, I'll go back to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, that concludes the 12th report of the Corporate Services Committee. The next item on the agenda is the 13th report of the Corporate Services Committee. At this time, I am only moving the disclosures of pecuniary interest. This was a special meeting. There was only one item on the agenda, which was an in-camera matter. And so it's just that disclosures to be received by the council.
Okay, moved by you, just the disclosures. I don't see any debate on that, so I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote. Motion carries 13-0.
Okay, concludes that report. I'll go to the 10th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee, and I believe the Vice Chair, Councillor Ferreira, is going to present that report.
Thank you, Your Worship. Reporting out for the 10th meeting of the Community and Protective Services Committee. It was a productive meeting. It was a long meeting. For items that I've seen be requested to be pulled, that's 4.3 and 4.4 so far. And from what I know, I don't know of any other items to be pulled.
So the councillors had requests to pull item 15 and 16, which is 4.3 and 4.4. Other items that colleagues would like dealt with separately in the Community and Protective Services Committee report. So right now, the things that are dealt with separately are encampment response update and Councillor Pribble's request on winter response program. Anything else dealt with separately? Anyone? Okay, if not, I'll let you craft a motion of what's left.
Okay, I'll move a motion to vote on the items 2.1 all the way, all the items with the exclusion of 4.3, 4.4. Let's say it like that.
Okay, so that's a motion for all the items with the exception of 4.3, 4.4, which on your council agenda is 15 and 16. Any discussion on all of those matters before us? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting. Okay, we haven't opened it yet, so You can make a comment on any of those items.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I apologize, I got distracted there. I did have two things I wanted to talk about. One is number 13, the occupant noise enforcement. And I just wanted to reiterate again that we had a lengthy discussion on that about the lack of response, that people have the noise concerns and the number often doesn't work. And I had mentioned at the time that that is the same phone number that people are asked to use for any crime that did not just occur, lost property, vandalism, theft from vehicles, and trouble with a person. And so I just want to explain again, because I just feel like these voices aren't being heard, that there are areas of our city where our high acuity population is the same reason that LMCH asked us to stop putting them in the social housing units because of the safety, security, and damage concerns. They are in certain neighborhoods in a concentration that is significantly an issue. It's a psychological issue. There's anxiety, there's fear, there is loss of property and loss of income at a time when people are really struggling financially. So we've got a lot of families out there when their kid's bike is stolen, when their work tools are taken out of their truck, when their truck window is smashed for the 5th time in 2 years. These are tolls that our residents are being asked to bear alone, because our city is not listening to them. We're not responding. We're simply focused on one small population. And I think we're underestimating the number of people that are really reaching their limits. So my point on this was the occupant noise enforcement, and that the concerns with that, there's larger ramifications.
Okay.
I had one other thing, and that is the fireworks. I wondered if staff could just explain to me, because I'm new, as to how that got onto the agenda, because I know last summer I was surprised to see it on billboards and the back of buses. How do you feel about fireworks when our city was in a bit of a crisis? And so I'm just curious as to how is it that something gets on the agenda? Is it a petition that is filled out by citizens that's brought forward a certain number?
Ms. Smith?
Thank you, and through your worship, there are a number of reasons, particularly for this one. It's because the bylaw requires to be updated. There's provincial legislation through the Ontario Fire Marshal's office. So many of our bylaws in fire are regularly updated every couple of years when that legislation changes. So in order to do that, that requires us to review the bylaw, which we included a community engagement, and then it also requires us to do a public participation meeting prior to enacting a revised bylaw.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification, because again, from a public perception perspective, we're spending a lot of time and effort on fireworks when I think there's a small percentage of people with a concern, and this is something that's impacting people in a way that I believe, to a certain extent, the city's responsible for addressing.
Councillor Trosau.
Thank you, and through the chair, it was not my intent to pull this item or talk about it. I understand that people have a very, very fundamental disagreement with some of the things that were just said. It is a environmental issue that many people are concerned about. It's an animal welfare issue that many people are concerned about. I don't want to debate it tonight, but I don't want to trivialize the work that your department and the fire department have done over the last year to get public feedback on this. And to say that we have a homeless crisis and there are more important issues to deal with, we can't address every issue that comes up by saying, but what about? There are more important things to do. So I just want to point out, we're going to deal with this in August, but there are very legitimate reasons why this got onto the agenda, not the least of which is the massive numbers of complaints that residents have been lodging about the illegal discharge of fireworks and the nuisance that that causes to people, to animals, and to the environment. So let's not trivialize this. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're on everything on the agenda except for 15 and 16. It's moved. I don't see any other speakers, so we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Okay, Councilor Ferreira.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will put item 4.3 on the floor.
Okay, so item 4.3 is the encampment response update. I've got the vice chair to move it. I'll look for speakers to this. Councilor Stevenson.
Thank you, and through the chair, I spoke at length about this at the CAPS meeting. Again, I seem to stand alone in council, and that's fine. The amount of response that I'm getting via email, 2-page long emails from people thanking me for speaking up because they have not heard anyone speak for them. It's like no one's allowed to say anything. And I really think we're not reading the room. My Facebook video is still at 43,000 views. It's going up and up and up. The comments, the people reaching out. There is a group, I don't know if it's the whole population, but there's certainly a large percentage of the population that what I'm saying is resonating with them. They are really they're at their wits' end. And I cannot not say again, our city needs to respond to them, needs to hear them, needs a phone number that they can call where somebody will come and listen to their concerns, if nothing else. We can't keep saying this is different. You know, things aren't different because we say they're different. I'm hearing this, we need to try something different. What is different about this? I'm still waiting to hear the problems that we have. What are the causes of the problems? Tell me what it is we've been doing wrong for the last few years so that we have the confidence and the faith that what we're doing next is going to work. The issues, we can talk about the hub and say it's not really a hub. There is food and bathrooms provided there, and we had people camping on the front lawn. And it was a huge problem. I would really like to know what is the difference between that and the encampment strategy phase 1 that we have coming up. What were the problems that we had such that we were paying security to clear that lawn, which just means that they're going to the lawns of people who cannot afford security. Just want to say that. The concern with the public is that we are enabling instead of helping people actually get out of the trap of addiction and the situation that they're in. We're trying to keep people from having a sudden death when they are on a path of something that's killing them. And so we want to make sure they stay alive now so that they can get the help they need, but where is the help? Are we sure that it's there for them? Because otherwise, again, I'm talking to moms whose children are on our streets, some of whom have been there for 10 or 15 years, and they're saying what it is that they need, and I don't hear us talking about that. They want their kids to be able to get into recovery, to have a place where they will be able to stay until they can get well. There's all kinds of problems with gaps between services where people fall through the cracks and they're back to ground zero again. Sandwiches, encampments, you're gonna have to convince me and some of the public that this is a good way to go. We're asking them to give up their parks and trails now. parks and trails that they've paid for, parks and trails that we've invested in. So now it's like our core area. We do the decoration, but we can't use it. And people are getting, they are not seeing hope here, and we're not getting the details, and we're gonna find a way to have this conversation so that people can be reassured. And some of us are gonna agree to disagree on what leadership looks like. Because I think that listening to people's concerns, they have valid concerns, and to just, again, like I said, to just say it's gonna be different with nothing to back that up, look at our social service agencies right now. Look at that, not a hub, on Adelaide and Queens. What didn't work? What is going to be different? That answer is going to create a lot of peace of mind for people. Then I'll be right behind it. For now, as our deputy mayor says, this is a hard no for me.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So let me start perhaps by, through you, asking a question of Ms. Livingston or others on our team, which is, could we perhaps get a verbal description of how these service depots, which I understand are not going to be there 24/7 the whole time, but there is some confusion in the public. So could we maybe get just a very quick explanation of what is a service depot versus what the longer term hub situation looks like? Just to provide a little bit of clarity in terms of public debate.
Ms. Livingston.
Your Worship, the differences between a temporary, immediate response to a health and safety issue that is in front of us right now and building towards a longer-term permanent solution. That is fundamentally the difference. So with the emergency response, we are looking to provide water, food, sanitation, fire safety to address the concerns both in the encampments and the neighboring communities. That's the immediate response. It is temporary. It is not a building. It is a 90-minute-a-day activation in each of those places. The hubs are a permanent solution, providing multiple functions and services in one place, including access to necessary healthcare services, whether that's physical health, mental health, addiction recovery, and other kinds of supports to work with people to support them to become housed. Very different in terms of intent and in terms of the kind of structure and physical aspect of it.
So through you, Your Worship, just a quick follow-up for Ms. Livingston, and I do apologize because I did not share this in advance, so I know I'm catching you sort of out in the field, as it were. If we have a location in these 4 service depot areas, or multiple locations in these 4 service depot areas, that as we roll this out and operationalize them, they become a source of community safety concern. Are we flexible in terms of ending a particular site or pulling the plug on this program and re-evaluating if things don't turn out even halfway through the 90-day response that we are hoping that they will?
Go ahead.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Yes, we are completely flexible on that. What we're trying to do is respond to what is in front of us in terms of the health and safety concerns in the encampments and the neighboring communities. If we find that other issues are arising because of that, we're going to move. This was done to try and respond and address the level of desperation and concern and issues that we're seeing. And if other things happen, we'll move with it, much like we have done with this. And so, again, it is meant to be temporary and responsive to what we're seeing immediately, while we also work to stand up the permanent solution.
Thank you. So I want to share some comments now, and I think it's important to start with recognizing the difference between what this short-term emergency response is and what the longer-term hub plan is, as well as the fact that there can be some flexibility on this. And through you, Chair, I want to be very clear to Councillor Stevenson, you're not the only one who's hearing these concerns. And I'm listening to, and I understand why you're raising these concerns. And I've got a whole folder in my inbox dedicated specifically for the emails that have been coming in just on this issue. What I will say is that for the most part, while the emails are raising concerns, what I'm not seeing from anyone else in the community is an idea of what else we could do in its place. You know, and with all due respect to people who are writing in, and they're writing in from a genuine space in their hearts, I think, to try and offer solutions. But when I hear, put them in vacant buildings downtown, well, first of all, we're trying to avoid a critical mass of services in a particular area, in the downtown particular. And second, we don't own those buildings. The city's not sitting on dozens of buildings that are vacant surplus land for us. We would see them at corporate services as surplus land declarations. Should we try and expropriate these, we will spend the next decade in court fighting the landowner and spending money on lawyers instead of spending money on solutions. So I get it that people are upset. I get it that people are feeling unsafe. I see it in my own neighborhood. I had to send Mr. Dickens and Mr. Cooper another concern about a park and an encampment backing onto a school playground last week. So I absolutely understand. What I don't have is a better answer than what we're doing in the short term, because we are hearing that it is out there, like the tensions are running high, and even our outreach workers are not feeling as safe. And I said this at the committee as well, but perhaps giving people an opportunity for a shower and some clean laundry and a sandwich and a bottle of water will give them a little bit of dignity and help de-escalate that temperature just a little bit. It might not work, and if it doesn't, I will be certainly knocking on Ms. Livingston's door, as she just said, saying, you know, this isn't working. We've got to flex. We've got to adjust. But what I'm not hearing is alternate solutions, and I would welcome them. But you know, I've heard people say, put them on a bus and send them to another city. That's not a solution. That's just moving the problem around. Just like it's saying, well, get them, you know, put them all downtown. That's not a solution. That's just concentrating the problem in one area. I don't have a better answer, and I am certainly hesitant about this encampment strategy because I am worried about the public safety issues that it's going to cause as well. I am worried about folks who are trying to enjoy the TVP and be down along the waterfront in the summer months, not feeling safe to be able to use those spaces. So I do hear, and I'm trying to figure out if there are other options. I haven't come up with them yet, and I am listening to every email that comes in, and I will tell people, you know, if you're waiting for a reply, I'm sorry that I haven't gotten one out to you yet, but there's been too many to respond to everybody individually. So I know, Councillor Stevenson, you are listening to a narrative that's out there that's very real. I don't think that any of us have the perfect answer right now. And I come back to what we heard earlier about the whole of community response. When we've got the new police chief recognizing it's a concern, when we've got LHSC recognizing it's a concern, and Councillor Ferreira said it earlier, for government, we're moving at light speed. And I know I've said that before, but we also don't have a map. And we don't have very many tools in the toolbox. Councillor Lehman spoke to it earlier. We can't force the province to reopen psychiatric hospitals. They should be doing that. But that's not something we can do. When I hear people saying, you know, that their sons and daughters are in need of addiction treatment, the city can't provide health care for the whole province. The provincial government needs to step up on that file. When we talk about, and the mayor mentioned the housing shortage and the affordability shortage, you know, we need the federal government to be partners in this too. They've been good partners in terms of getting money out the door through the Housing Accelerator Fund, but we're thousands of units behind where we should be, even with the great progress we've made with approving 1,400 units already this year. So I understand absolutely the anxiety, the concern. I will tell you, there is an 80-year-old resident in my ward who is afraid to sit in her backyard because of what has happened in the park behind her. And I feel terrible that I don't have an answer for her. But I do want colleagues to know that we can have philosophical differences in approach on how we best deal with this, but that narrative is real, and we do have to listen to it, but we also can't wait to do nothing right now because there is an emergency out there. So if we can even just lower the temperature a little bit in the short term, I want to try that. Try. I'm also going to be open to saying it's not working, we got to stop. So whatever that looks like in the next few weeks, I'm going to be watching carefully. But I think that what we have is, well, I will say honestly, it's the only option that I see on the table for us right now. So I'm going to support it. We're going to be watching carefully, and I think all of us are hearing those voices, and we can't ignore them. But boy, if there's other ideas out there, I think all of us want to hear them.
Councillor Trossau.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments, and through the chair. I have a lot of concerns about the encampments. And I think there's an underlying discourse going on in this town right now about why don't we just clear the encampments? And it wasn't said exactly at this table tonight, but I think that's implicit in what a lot of people are saying. And it's simple. The encampments are a nuisance. They're bothering people. Let's clear the encampments. And what I want to talk about for a few minutes, and maybe bring the solicitor into this discussion, is a very important court case that came down in January in Waterloo. And I want to put this on the table tonight. And I want to put this before this council so you understand that there are serious legal reasons why the city cannot just send bylaw or police out to clear encampments. This decision in Waterloo, and I'm just going to do a 30-second version of it, not a longer version of it. Basically, the city, the region was asking for an injunction to clear encampments, and the justice, this was a provincial court, declined to issue the injunction on human rights grounds, on the grounds that the injunction would violate Section 7 of the Charter and would not be saved by Section 1. And even though this was a provincial case, this was a lower court case, London was not a party to this case, it's the belief of most of the legal observers, including myself, that while it's not binding on London because London was not a party, it's very persuasive. It's very persuasive. Justice Valente's decision was very persuasive. And what I'd like to ask the solicitor, and I did send a note up earlier, is there any merit to the position that while Justice Valente's decision is not necessarily binding on the city because we weren't the party, it is persuasive, and his reasoning in terms of not issuing the injunction could very much, and I think likely, come back and create legal problems for the City of London if we do not exercise constraint in terms of how we deal with the encampments. So is that question framed reasonably?
That's how the question is framed. I'm not going to render judgment on it, but I can go to Mr. Card. I'm unsure on when you get into risk what we can talk about publicly or in camera, but Mr. Card will be able to guide me on what he can say now and what we may have to go to another option on. Mr. Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can say that the decision has been widely circulated and commented upon. It is actually a decision of the Superior Court, and it was as the result of an application by the region of Waterloo for a declaration that people who had erected structures, actually it was a half-acre gravel parking lot in downtown Kitchener, and a declaration that those people were contravening the region's bylaws and also the the court was asked to issue a restraining order under Section 440 of the Municipal Act, which is a section that in the municipal law business we are very familiar with. It's where you go to a court and ask for basically a restraining order. So the judge was asked to consider issuing those forms of relief. And ultimately, it determined it was not in a position to do that, because to issue that type of order against unsheltered people would be a contravention of their charter rights, particularly Section 7 and their right to life, liberty, and security. So that's a principle from a Superior Court judge. That would not be binding on any court of concurrent jurisdiction, other Superior Court judges, but given that it was basically a pioneering decision, I would expect it to certainly be considered. So there are some differences. I think that that case was unfortunate in some respects. I mean, it was a gravel parking lot downtown. It wasn't a park next to people's homes. It wasn't interfering with other use of that land, because the other use of the land was basically a parking lot. So, and it wasn't, I think, even being used for a parking lot at the time. So, I mean, there are other considerations that would have to be entertained on any application of this type. But I can agree with the councillor that it is certainly a case that would be considered in any similar type of application in the future by other municipalities. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Through the chair again, I really appreciate that. And I want to point out that the Region of Waterloo decided not to appeal that decision. So that decision is finished. And I think that when you see a situation where the City of London is not clearing encampments, you have to, I would urge people to understand that there are some underlying reasons behind that really, the court did not say, by the way, that you have a legal right always to have an encampment out. What the court said, based largely on the testimony of Dr. Andrea Sarita, the court said that the city would have to first show that there were adequate shelter spaces where the encampment residents could go. And once that threshold was met, then they could clear the encampments. But they had to be appropriate places. And she talked a lot about what it meant to be appropriate. So I just wanted to put this out on the table and just have a little bit of discussion about it, just to sensitize people to the fact that there are reasons why the city just cannot go out and clear encampments. And I appreciate Mr. Card's response, and I appreciate you letting me put this on the table. I'm not bringing forward a motion about this because maybe Mr. Dickens has a comment, but I think the city is acting as sensitively as it can, and they're monitoring developments. There's a long line of cases. This was not an isolated situation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Ferreira next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess segueing off of Councillor Trusso's comments with the legal precedent and us just really kind of taking a close look at everyone's charter rights, I would also include onto that is, you know, we have moved encampments before, and that obviously doesn't work for the reasons that have already been stated. But on top of that, you know, if an encampment is moved and it's moved to the next area, and then someone else is gonna have some complaints, and then it's just gonna keep on, you're just moving people around, and that's just not the way we should be doing things. And it just goes back to what we're doing doesn't work. It just doesn't work. We need something new. We need to try something new. I have heard many comments on this. I've had probably 1,000 emails. I've had a lot of conversations face to face. I've had phone calls. I still got a ton of emails I got to catch up to. And, you know, I have 3 of the 4 service depots in my ward. So you could consider me right now an embattled councillor, because I have been trying to go out and I've been trying to clear the air, because there's just mainly been a lot of confusion, a lot of misconceptions, just a lot of misunderstanding of really what it is, what is a service depot and what is a hub. And I've just noticed that, you know, as that is not cleared up and as that conversation disseminates throughout the society, it kind of turns into fact and into statement. And then that's when people start getting upset, because they simply don't understand. or they just don't know, or they've read something in the news, or they heard something from a neighbor, and just, you know, if it's not super correct, it could easily fall towards something that is not even close to the reality of what we're trying to do. I've been trying my best to do as much information setting as I can for the people in my community. I did have that community engagement where I did hear a lot of concerns from a lot of residents. I heard a lot of comments, but I do always ask, and I think the Deputy Mayor asked this, I always ask, what other solution do you have? Tell me what is your idea. And sometimes I get some ideas, and most of the time I don't necessarily get another idea. And a lot of the times the ideas I get are kind of close to what our encampment strategy looks like right now. So what I'm always trying to do is I'm just trying to show that the best ideas that I've seen so far have come out from civic administration, have come from the people who are working in our health and homelessness summits. They have come up with the best ideas, not only good ideas that work right now, but ideas that in the future can be integrated into the whole of community system response. So I see the good ideas coming from the people who we have asked to do the work. And that's why I'm really a big proponent for this initiative, for this service depot, this encampment response, which is temporary, and it should be, because I don't want to see anybody in encampments, just like everybody else here doesn't. We want housing, but we don't have that housing right now. We don't have that capacity. We need to build that. And we're in such a critical state at the moment that we need to act now. We need to act now for both the people who are living in encampments along the river and for the neighborhoods. The safety community component for everybody is the biggest aspect for me. So this is why I see this as a good initiative to bring forward. And that's basically what I'm really trying to do. I'm just trying to show that it's something different, even though it is. It's what's the alternative? Do nothing and leave things the way they are and let things just get worse and worse and worse, just like we have before, or do something about it. And this is why I think that this is a good plan that we should be going forward with. At my community engagement meeting, I did get consensus from a lot of neighbors who were concerned, and rightfully so, they were concerned. But that consensus came with, let's try it, because they understand if we don't do anything, we're going to have the same issues. But if we do something, we may just get out of this just a little bit better. And that consensus came with the fact that they want to try something, but also that we would reconvene within a couple months. I haven't set the date yet, but I promised my constituents from the neighborhoods around the service depots that we will have another meeting in so many days, let this encampment strategy play out, and then see how it is. And if it's not working, then we have to come back to the table and figure something out. But the alternative right now is we don't have any other ideas. And the idea that's come out from civic administration and the Health and Homelessness Summit individuals is a good one. I've had a lot of conversations with the people who are sitting at the tables of the Health and Homelessness Summit, and they are very articulate and very well thought out of the plans and how we're going forward. So I would ask all of you, if you can, reach out and speak with them, because they would be able to clear a lot of things. They would be able to clear up a lot of the issues and the anxieties that are coming up. But that would be my challenge to everybody here. Learn as much as you can on exactly what is it of this response entails, and make sure to clear the air for any type of misconceptions that your community might have. Because that's really what I've been doing. That's why I call myself an embattled counselor right now, just because I am trying to clear that air. So I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Primble.
Thank you, Chair. I do believe we could have been better, and I think that at this stage of the game, at the time, there's probably not other solutions, but I do believe that when we were getting closer to the winter response end, we should have been being more proactive and talk to the social agencies and making sure that they extend the leases on the premises they had, and also the staff they trained, they could have given them a longer commitment. And because if you look at the beginning, when they had to train the staff, getting the spaces, so I believe we could have been better. Having said that, that's past, never happened. But now I don't believe that there are any other solutions. There really are not, and we are virtually buying time till the big summit initiatives are going to come in place. I do believe encampments would be there either way this summer, because we don't have any other solution. So what we are at least trying to provide is what we were told by our staff, the food, the beverages, the toiletries, and whatever is needed. I truly believe that it does alleviate the pressure from the people who are staying at the encampments. And because it alleviates the pressure from them, their actions, how would I say, are not as potentially strong in the neighborhoods where they are staying. So I do believe, even though it's not encampments, and we all know that, we all are saying it, encampments is not an answer, but we are just buying time, and we are all in hopes and beliefs that the initiatives from the summit will be very rewarding for us and will make sense, and there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and the future is looking much better. But based on current, I don't believe there is anything else. I do believe that providing those services in the encampments is more of a benefit, and I will be supporting the encampments, but I can't wait really for the initiatives from the summit, and I hope it's going to get us on the right path. Having said that, we should always learn from our mistakes, and we should always look, going back now, even though we can turn the clock by 3-4 months back, could have been done better. I believe we could have done better, but we are moving on, and we are looking for a better, brighter future. Thank you.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. So I have a few comments and questions, and I want to start by just saying the thing I hear every time I've talked to Ward 1 residents about this is safety is paramount. And regardless whether that's the safety in terms of the residents or whether it's those living in encampments. And so one of my questions in terms of the depot specifically is, I know we are contracting to both London Cares and the CMHA, but in terms of what's being spoken with the agencies and their response for safety in terms of those living and then those living around these depots, do we have anything specifically in terms of what they envision that being like, and do they have an appropriate response?
Go ahead.
Your Worship, I'd ask that Mr. Dick, he's come on screen, Mr. Dickens can comment on the safety aspect.
Okay, Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. The safety element is one that it's not a one-size-fits-all approach to each encampment or service location. We use safety as our primary objective whenever outreach workers or CIR bylaw folks are engaging in encampments. And as encampments get dispersed, as they get broken up or moved, they tend to move to more remote or discrete locations, wooded areas, more difficult to access. And that in itself creates more challenging and unsafe conditions and environments for individuals to engage with those that are experiencing homelessness. So with the service depots in particular, we are taking an approach where we have a plan. We'd like to deliver that plan. We would like to assess how that plan is working and then make the necessary adjustments as we need to. We have been engaging police throughout these conversations to ensure that we understand what role they can play and what partnerships we can strengthen in terms of dedicated, timed inspections, looking at clear roles and responsibilities for response to unsafe situations. But we will be approaching these 4 service locations with the intent to engage the individuals in those encampments, foster that relationship, build that connection, develop that trust, and encourage that reciprocal response where we're respecting not only just the space, but the neighbors, the larger neighborhood, but also those that are providing that service. And I think through the relationships with the number and variety of organizations that are involved in this response, we should be able to mitigate some of those issues. But again, we will continue to assess and we will make adjustments if we need to, if this response is not working or it's causing adverse impacts in those communities.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens. And just a follow-up to that, because you did mention in terms of inspection, So this is a 90-day strategy. Is there a frequency in terms of how often within the 90 days we expect inspections?
Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Thank you. Through you, your worship. So we're approaching this really 30 days at a time. We've mapped out a sort of 30, 60, 90 days. What do we need to do to adjust? What resources need to change? What plans need to evolve or scale, depending on our ability to be successful or not. So the frequency is something that the team is sort of designing in real time, that as we hit the ground, we want to understand, one, what method are we going to be using to determine if it's successful or not? What are those success indicators? And really making sure we are purposeful and intentional around the neighborhood engagement component. The inspections, in terms of those spaces, those are happening right now on a daily basis. We have between 40 and 45 active encampments throughout our community right now. And the inspections will be happening, as Ms. Livingston indicated earlier. These service depots are very mobile in nature. We're talking about staff on site about 90 minutes at a time and coming back 7 days a week. So there'll be those daily eyes on, daily engagement with the individuals.
Thank you once again for your answers, Mr. Dickens. So, I mean, as Councillor Ferrer indicated, he has 3 of the 4. I have 1 of the depots. And I just want to take this opportunity to express some of the feedback that I've received. And what I found interesting, especially with the one that is currently projected for my ward in Watson Park, it's proximity to Victoria Hospital. So I've fielded a lot of questions in terms of, I know with our long-term strategy, obviously the hospitals have been engaged. And so the issue that a lot of the residents are concerned about is they're very close to Victoria Hospital in terms of potential ground. We didn't have the Children's Hospital. There is some land there, and it's on the hospital grounds. So I think some people have expressed a bit of frustration that, and I know our strategy is we're going to where the encampments are, but I do think they're looking for some clarity in terms of the engagement with hospitals. And I know obviously our healthcare system is under strain, but as the Deputy Mayor has mentioned many times, we need willing provincial partners. And in terms of healthcare, have there been any discussions in terms of the hospital, specifically with Victoria Hospital and the land they have available?
Ms. Livingston.
Your Worship, could I seek clarification? Are you asking for the depot with respect to the service depots specifically, or with respect to hubs?
So in terms of whether it was considered for the depot, but in terms of a long-term strategy, I know obviously that mental health facilities, that would be ideal, but have there been those discussions in terms of using those grounds? Because there is quite a fair bit of vacant land. I'm thinking on the other side where Parkwood Hospital is. And it is emergency, like it's the hospital, right? So the services are there. So I think there's confusion specifically with that stretch of Wellington Road, that they are in such close proximity to a hospital that wasn't something that was considered, or it may have been considered, but just to clarify.
Yeah, Ms. Livingston, and I'll just be cautious. If the question is about the health and homelessness work, like I'd prefer the question to be asked there. The reason why we have confusion is because we keep asking questions cross purpose here. So we're on the encampment strategy in the service depots. So I think there's a conversation you can have with staff about the engagement with the hospital on the health and homelessness plan, or the next time the report comes up. But I just want to get the specific question on the depots.
Your Worship, for the depots, I'd ask that Mr. Dickens speak to that.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, the depot that you're referencing is one that has been a very popular spot for encampments for a long period of time. There has been a working agreement in terms of trying to provide services in that area with the hospital. The hospital has been an active member in our broader systems plan, but in terms of concerns, discussions, land agreements, or anything like that, that has not come up as part of the depot planning. In fact, where we plan to put the depot itself will be on city property, albeit the encampments tend to sprawl onto hospital land. So the depot itself will not be on the hospital property, but the encampments tend to breach those borders.
Thank you once again, Mr. Dickens. And just to wrap up, I do think the open houses we just had did provide us a valuable opportunity to meet with residents, hear their concerns. I attended one with Deputy Mayor of the East Lyons. I've been doing canvassing as well, and I would encourage all my colleagues to keep that feedback coming. As we see the longer term strategy roll out with the hubs, I think that feedback will be invaluable in terms of the criteria, as I just said with the hospital. There are some ideas out there, and I do think that those are part of the conversations we're having with our partners. And I know that those are ongoing, as have been discussed, but I do think that there is an opportunity to partner closer to those facilities and in the long term lobby the province for those facilities, because we do desperately need them. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Other speakers? Okay, we have a motion that is moved by the Vice Chair. We've had some discussion. This is the committee's recommendation. If there's no further speakers, I'll open this for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-1.
And thank you, Your Worship. So last item on the list that's been pulled, item 4.4, that's an added from Councillor Pribble on the Winter Response Program.
Yes, so the chair is willing to put that on the floor. I voted separately on this on a committee, so I don't need to speak to it. So I wanted to vote on it separately, that's all. So I don't know if others, colleagues have comments on this. Councillor Pribble?
Yeah, I just wanted, because I was the one who proposed it, and one of the things is, and I'm going to tell you, any corporation or any organization that has an issue that feels is tremendously important for the organization, in our case, for the city. And we had two different approaches over 3 years. And first of all, I was disappointed that we actually didn't do this evaluation, because if this was really so close to our heart and we feel it's important, we should have known the two approaches we had, what we offered, and the cost and cost benefits of both of them, the analysis. So I did ask for it, and because I would like to know the difference between how much did it cost us and what was delivered to us based on when we did it ourselves and when we left it to the social agencies. And actually looking in the future, because I am very hopeful that the initiatives will be much better. But on the other hand, if there will be no added value, and if the cost is going to be higher, and we are going to come up with 143 spaces less than last year, then my question is going to be, I'm going to be questioning, why are we going this way? I hope we are not in that situation, but that's the reason why I asked for it, because we should know what we did last 3 years, what was more beneficial for our community. And if we didn't do it then, I hope we can at least do it now. So that was the reason why I asked for it. So we have a detailed report and we know what we received based on our expenses. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm happy to have this report requested as well. I think it's really important that we look at what has been happening over the last couple of years and comparing and finding out what worked and what didn't work. We seem to do a lot of, we're doing a lot of great things, while all the evidence around us says things are getting worse. So the numbers matter, the reports matter, I think the evaluation. It was said that there's approximately 600 high acuity residents in London currently homeless. We're looking at 100 highly supportive housing this year. That leaves 500. And so I think this information coming from the report is going to be helpful to figure out what to do next.
Okay, any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-1.
Okay, go, all done? Perfect. Thank you, Vice Chair, for presenting that report. Appreciate it. Now, I know you sat down, but the next one is the 11th report of the same committee. It's just a one-item agenda, but I'll let you present that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so reporting from the 11th special meeting of the Community and Protective Services Committee, there's one item, 4.1. And I haven't heard anybody want to pull that. It was kind of handed to me in the end, so I'm not sure, but I'll leave it there.
This is just a one-item agenda, so we'll just put it all together. The Vice Chair is willing to move it. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Hillier?
I'm sorry, it just errored out. I vote yes. I'm trying to re-log in now.
Thank you. Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
All right, now you're done. We appreciate you stepping in on that. Thank you, Councillor. 8.10 is the second report of the Audit Committee. I'll go to the Deputy Mayor to present that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Colleagues, just imagine if this meeting had started at 4 p.m., we'd be asking for permission to go past 11. Aren't daytime meetings a great idea? I am happy to put the second report of the Audit Committee on the floor. I've not been made aware of anything that anyone wants pulled to be dealt with separately. Everything was supported unanimously at the committee.
Okay, any questions? Oh, so first off, does anybody want anything dealt with separately on the audit report? Okay, seeing none, so the chair is willing to move the entire report. Any comments or questions? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and through the chair, I made a few comments at the audit committee, and I just wanted to reiterate them here that there's going to be a plan made as to what the internal auditor will be doing going forward, and I did recommend that a value for money audit on the homelessness services be done, especially based on what the Auditor General for Ontario said around they hadn't seen a municipality that was able to show that what they were doing was actually helping the homeless. So I think it would be really great to show that London is a leader in that area, and the value for money audit would be able to show us how great we are doing or indicate maybe what we could change going forward.
Okay, any other questions or comments on the audit report, all the items? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13.
So we now have the 10th report of council in closed session. I wonder, maybe Councillor McAllister, would you be willing to read this out? Just rewarding you for taking me canvassing with you. I'm just being facetious. I actually quite enjoy canvassing with you, so this is a long one though, so I appreciate you helping.
Okay, I feel like I'm back in school, and here we go. This is the 10th report of council in closed session. In terms of our report, 6.1, partial property acquisition, 1080 Dundas Street, East London Link project. That as procedural matter pursuant to section 239, subsection 6 of the Municipal Act 2001, the following recommendations be forwarded to council in closed session for the purpose of considering whether the recommendation should be forwarded to council for deliberation and vote in public session. That on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager, Finance Supports, on the advice of the Director of Realty Services with respect to the property located at 1080 Dundas Street, further described as part of lots 1, 2, 3, and 4, Plan 471 in the City of London, being part of PIN 08288-0325, containing an area approximately 1,513.8 square feet, as shown on the location map. For the purpose of future road improvements to accommodate the East London Link project, the following actions be taken. A, the offer submitted by 1803299 Ontario Incorporated, the vendor, to sell the property, to sell the subject property to the city for the sum of $75,600 be accepted, subject to the terms and conditions as set out in the agreement. B, the additional sum, $60,000, as full and final payment for the loss of parking spaces located within the subject property be approved. C, the temporary easement agreement over the easement lands for the sum of $5,000 for the purposes described herein, and the vendor is agreeable to providing same be accepted, subject to certain terms and conditions as set out in the agreement. And D, the financing of this acquisition be approved as set out in the source of financing report. 6.2, commercial lease, materials recovery facility at 3438 Manning Drive, that as a procedural matter pursuant to section 239, subsection 6 of the Municipal Act 2001, the following recommendation be forwarded to council in closed session for the purpose of considering whether the recommendation should be forwarded to council for deliberation and a vote in public session. That on the recommendation of Deputy City Manager, Finance Supports, with the concurrence of Deputy City Manager, Environment and Infrastructure, on the advice of the Director, Realty Services, the lease agreement sheet between the city and Miller Waste Incorporated for the lease of approximately 88,358 square feet of rentable area located at 3438 Manning Drive for a term of 10 years commencing July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2033 be approved, subject to 4-year consecutive renewal options within a 5-year term. 6.3, execution of collective agreement, Unifor 302, July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2025. That as a procedural matter pursuant to section 239, subsection 6 of the Municipal Act 2001, the following recommendation be forwarded to council in closed session for the purpose of considering whether the recommendation should be forwarded to council for deliberation and a vote in public session. That on the recommendation of the Director of People Services with the concurrence of the City Manager, Civic Administration, be directed to undertake all administrative acts that are necessary in order for the Mayor and the City Clerk to obtain necessary authorization to execute the collective agreement for the years 2022 to 2025. Appended Schedule C to the staff report dated June 12, 2023, pursuant to Memorandum of Agreement dated September 27, 2022, Schedule A, and the agreed to items dated June 21st and 22nd, 2022, Schedule B, between the Corporation of the City of London and Unifor Local 302 Unifor. 6.4, contribution agreement with Vision Soho Alliance for the housing development project at the Old Victoria Hospital lands. That as a procedural matter pursuant to section 239, subsection 6 of the Municipal Act 2001, the following recommendation be forwarded to council in closed session for the purpose of considering whether the recommendation should be forwarded to council for deliberation and a vote in public session. That on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager, Planning and Economic Development, with the concurrence of the Deputy City Manager, Social and Health Development, the following actions be taken with respect to confidential staff report dated June 13th, 2023, related to the contribution agreement with Vision Soho Alliance for the housing development project at Old Victoria Hospital lands. A, the above noted staff report be received. B, the Civic Administration be directed to negotiate the contribution agreement with Vision Soho Alliance based on the terms and instructions outlined below. I, continue with the approved $13,876 grant, given the given the recent increases in construction costs, mortgage rates, and exemptions of development charges for nonprofit corporations. Contribution period align with those of the federal and/or provincial governments, notwithstanding the roadmap intent to have units filled from city waste. Staff be directed to work with Vision Soho and their partner agencies to align with wait lists with the city to increase the number of affordable units filled by tenants from the city's list. Sorry, I wasn't doing the letters there, but this is 4. Require the tenant placement agreement be incorporated into the contribution agreement. 5, include a rental protocol and occupancy standards for the affordable units. 6, include language in the contribution agreement that require an initial report following occupancy and an annual report. And C, civic administration be directed to report back to the Community and Protective Services Committee with a contribution agreement suitable to all parties. Whew, there we go.
Okay, the stream wasn't running, so I just need you to do that again. Okay, so you're presenting a report, so Councillor, I'll just have you stand. Now that report has been presented, I believe there's there'll be a councillor who will want to vote on the East London Link portion of that separately. So if I could have you put just that piece on the floor. So the councillors read them all out, but we'll vote on them just a little bit separately. So the East London Link piece will be first.
Okay, so I will put 6.1 on the floor.
And so we're just voting on 6.1 right now. Okay, so that's presented by and moved by Councillor McAllister. Any discussion? No? Okay, then we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Ferreira and Councillor Van Meerbergen. And as a reminder, this is on 1080 Dundas Street, East London Link. Closing the vote, motion carries 11-1.
Okay, and if you could present the rest, Councillor McAllister.
Okay, and I will put 6.2 to 6.4 on the floor.
Okay, any discussion on 6.2 to 6.4 as was read out by the councillor? Okay, we'll open that for voting. Okay, so the meeting's gone so long that the clerk's computer timed out, so she's just logging back in.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-0.
Thank you very much, Councillor McAllister. Deferred matters, there are none. Inquiries, Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for allowing this notification or announcement. It's not quite an inquiry. However, I was made aware, and perhaps some of you as well, sadly, last evening, Randy Collins passed on. He apparently was at University Hospital. Randy Collins was the founder of Hully Gully, which was London's ultimate toy store. But far more than that, he was a deeply spiritual Christian man who really believed in giving back to the community. A very generous person. Over the years, he's donated hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars for children's park equipment, playground equipment in the various parks around London. Just to name a little bit of what he's brought to our city. So, Mayor, if you don't mind, if you could request a moment or a minute of silence.
So I'll just, first off, thank you, Councillor. I know not quite an inquiry, but when you find out information, we can always accommodate that sort of notification. I know Mr. Collins, as you said, was a philanthropist in our city and partnered with the city on the provision of many new play structures for children in a number of our parks around the city. So if people would join us just in just a quiet moment of reflection for Mr. Collins. Okay, thank you. Are there any inquiries? Okay, seeing none, we have no emergent motions. We're on to bylaws. I think we can deal with all of the, well, I guess I should ask, of any of the regular bylaws, setting the addeds aside, does anybody want anything dealt with separately out of the regular set of bylaws that are on the regular agenda? Councillor Hopkins?
Notice 1312 relates to 755 Wonderland Road South and 13.21. I would like those pulled.
We got the Wonderland Road one. What was?
So maybe I need clarification with what happened at council today.
Just give us 1 second, Councillor. You're making a good point here on one matter that has a bylaw. So colleagues, there's just, to Councillor Hopkins' point, there is at least one change. Bylaw 205, which related to the rezoning of land located at 755, 85, and 815 Wonderland Road South, that recommendation was defeated by the committee to do that. So that bylaw we won't be proceeding with. Councillor Hopkins, aside from that one, what was the other one you wanted dealt with separately?
Bylaw number 196, which is 13.12.
(196) is the official plan amendment related to the same properties, so also would not be dealt with.
Your worship, sorry, your worship, are we removing them then?
Yeah, when the committee report was defeated, there's no, that's what triggers the associated bylaw in the motion to come forward for council. So those just won't be voted on. We'll pull them from the actual approvals. So recognizing that Bill 196 and 205 will not be on the screen. Is there anything else in those series of bills that colleagues would like dealt with separately? Councillor Trossau.
Thank you. I'd like to pull 13.7, Bill 201, pertaining to the 221 Queens Avenue parking situation. $13.17.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Got it. Just take a minute, colleagues. I'm going to get this sorted before I continue talking. Okay, so colleagues, I'm going to suggest this motion, make sure you're okay with it. Bills 185 to 204, including the revised bill number 202, but excluding 196 and 201. And then we're going to have added bills 206, 208, and 211, which, 208 to 211. So I'll repeat that. Actually, I'm just going to ask the clerk to put that one on the screen so people can see it. Okay, colleagues, so that would be everything except the items that we referred or pulled out, plus the added bylaws with the exception of the one related to the East London Link. That one will be separate. That's 207. So 207 won't be in that, isn't in that grouping. But it's the added bylaws related to the stuff that Councillor McAllister read out, plus one additional added bylaw that I'll talk about in 1 second. So I'm going to have the clerk put that on the screen, and you should be able to see that in eScribe now. So that looks correct. I will say there's one added bylaw that Councillor McAllister didn't mention that I will mention now so that the public knows what we're voting on, and that's added bylaw number 210. This is a bylaw to appoint This is a bylaw to appoint John Parody as the new Deputy City Manager, Enterprise Supports, and repeal the previous bylaw related to the previous incumbent in the position. And so that is also on the agenda. That relates to something that we discussed in camera, but this would be the first time the public would see about that. So that's also Bill 210. I'll make some more comments at second reading on that one. Okay, so are colleagues good with that package of bylaws altogether? Councillor Van Meerbergen, 207 is the one that you probably want to vote against. That's not in this. For Councillor Hopkins, all the Wonderland Road stuff, as well as the item that we referred back to committee, have been pulled out. Okay, all right. So a mover for all that then. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. So we'll open first reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-0.
Okay, I need a mover and a seconder for second reading. Councillor Ferreira, Councillor Van Meerbergen. On second reading, I put myself on the speaker's list. So I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Lehman. Councillor Lehman, you're the chair.
Sorry, Your Worship, the brain capacity is on extremely low. I will recognize the mayor.
Yes, so I'm going to speak to Bill 210, which is the appointment of our new Deputy City Manager, Enterprise Supports. Now, I know this was like a 7 or 8 hour meeting, so hopefully I haven't changed your mind on the appointment tonight. But, you know, this is an incredibly important position for the city to provide those back-end supports to pretty much the entire corporation. I know Mr. Parody comes with exceptional experience from his previous jobs, and we couldn't be luckier to have you. I'll certainly obviously be supporting this bylaw appointment tonight. I would invite all of my colleagues to continue voting as you did on first reading and support this unanimously. And I want to thank our city manager and the team who did all of the work to bring the candidate before us, which we had our chance to interview and discuss in camera. We appreciate your thoughtful and exceptional presentation and answers, and look forward to working with you on the many important things ahead. I will say, as this position has been vacant for a while, I also wanted to take a moment to recognize both the city manager and the team of people who covered those duties for a long period of time, while also working on all of the important things that we dealt with through the agenda tonight, things that are ongoing, things that are consuming large amounts of staff time. To be able to navigate through this gap of not having someone for this position for that period of time, let me also say thank you for the work that you've done to keep the corporation running. But now that we have Mr. Parody, we can put some of that on his plate and look forward to the work ahead. So welcome very much. We, we'll all clap after third reading when it's official, but I just wanted to speak and say thank you through the presiding officer. That's presumptuous, colleagues, but I think that's okay. Okay, so any other speakers on second reading? Okay, seeing none, then we'll open the vote for second reading.
Councillor Frank?
I vote yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-0.
Okay, and I need to move in a second, third reading. Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Ferreira. No discussion on third reading, so we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-0.
Now you can welcome Mr. Parody to. And it's the same process to get undone, so you're stuck with us until we remove a bylaw. So with that concludes those bylaws. Now, there was one other Bill 207 that we pulled separately. This is related to the East London link. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for that particular bylaw. Councillor Ferreira, seconded by Councillor McAllister. We'll open first reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-1.
And mover and seconder for second reading, Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Ferreira. Any discussion on second reading for this one? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Counselor Pribble, Counselor Ferreira.
I'm in resuming session mode. I say yes.
Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 11-1.
Okay, motion, mover and seconder for third reading. Counselor Hopkins, seconded by Counselor Cuddy. There is no debate on third reading, so we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote. Motion carries 11.
Okay, with that, that concludes the agenda. I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Counselor McAllister, seconded by, one second. That one was referred back, so it was pulled out, okay? So, motion to adjourn, moved and seconded by McAllister and Cuddy. All those in favor by hand?
That motion carries.
We are adjourned, thank you. Yeah, yes.
Actually, I'll